Welcome to the open book, where every voice matters. Every story got layers, and every conversation opens something new. Turn the page, turn the page, turn the page. Turn the page. Turn the page. Turn the page. Welcome to the open book, where the real conversations flow. Turn the page. Turn the page. Turn the page. Every story got meaning. Every perspective shows. Turn the page. Turn the page. Turn the page. Turn the page. Late night talks with the smooth bass knocking. Whole room tuned when the topics dropping. Authors, culture, real life views. Open book vibes bring a whole new groove. No fake energy when the dialogue starts. Different perspectives play a major part. From page to podcast, the vibes stay deep. Real conversations every single week. Welcome to the open book, where the real conversations flow. Turn the page, turn the page, turn the page, turn the page. Every story got meaning. Every perspective show. Turn the page, turn the page, turn the page. Every chapter different. Every voice got purpose. Every voice got purpose. Turn the page.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome to the open book. This is your host, Lakeisha. I hope everyone is having a happy Saturday. Make sure you tap that like button. Let everyone know that we are live. Also, if you would like to support the channel, you're welcome to send a super sticker, super chat, cash app, or buy a coffee. And those links are in the description field of this video. So let's see who we have here so far. Hey, my girl Blueski is in the building. Welcome, sis. Thank you for tapping in this morning and for being first in the building. Good morning to you. Happy Saturday. Okay, she said, hands off Karmelo. Yes, fair game, fair trial. Okay, come on now. Hey, T. Smith. Good morning, sis. Welcome. Thank you for joining. Hey, my girl Buttercup is in the building. Good morning. Happy Saturday. Good morning. Honey 5K is in the building. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good morning, Brittany. How are you today, sis? Lakeisha is in the building. Welcome. My namesake. Okay, come on now. She said, I'm glad I caught you live. I was just getting ready to go to sleep, but I'm here for it. Yeah, because see, Buttercup works third shift. So I'm glad that you are up. Okay. Yes, don't forget to smash that like button. Honey 5K said, good morning, everybody. I keep forgetting today is Saturday. Oh, girl, how are you forgetting? Okay. Look, we sleep in on Saturdays. Okay. Hey, Sonia, good morning. Welcome. T. Smith just placed various ways if you would like to support in the chat right there. Thank you so much. Good morning. Monica is in the building. My girl Sheila is in the building. Detective Sheila, come on now, in the open book police department. Okay. Hey, Key Loves Me is in the building. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Brittany, I am doing great. This is the day that the Lord has made. We shall rejoice and be glad in it. Okay, come on now. Now, I did not get a chance to do this live on yesterday, so hopefully y'all are awake enough, okay, to kick off our morning with some info, because this has been so much. I've been trying to keep y'all at least updated on the community wall, so in case I don't go live, sometimes I'll post things there, or I'll post a short there as well. Hold on one second. I have to write something down before I forget. I'll post things there as well. She said the third shift isn't for the week. It's not. Okay. While we all sleep, you up working. Child, it's not for the week. Good morning, Mary Tay. Welcome. She said, I'm still feeling sad. So sad for Karmelo. Yes, y'all. It's a lot taking place. And I'm trying not to make this live too long. even if I have to do this first part, go through the gameplay part. But then later on, I want to talk about some other things surrounding what is happening now with people that are saying one thing, switching it up. You know, they're helping the family one minute, next minute they're not. Like, this is not the time for all that. Okay. It's really not the time. Some people put the attention and focus on them when it should not. Hey, T Mills, good morning, sis. It should not even be about them. Okay, so we are having a lot of things happening. Charleston White, one moment he's behind the Anthony family trying to get T-shirts made and so forth. Now I'm hearing he's talking about pulling away. You know, if you're not gonna do, and this is for anybody, if you're not gonna do anything from your heart, okay, just don't do it. Okay, I'm a believer in that. If you're not gonna do it, just don't do it at all. Everything is not about you being seen. Do things in secrecy, okay? God will bless you publicly. You don't have to broadcast every time you're doing something for somebody and just trying to get on a gravy train or trying to just be, get some type of clout. This is not the time for that. This young man's life, his freedom is at stake. And all this extra, people got personal stuff going on between each other. Like, it's not the time for that. It's really not. She said, I'm so heartbroken. It's a nightmare that I pray I wake up and this didn't happen to Karmelo. Right, exactly. It does feel like a nightmare, okay? She said, right, it'll be either they're going to help or not. It shouldn't be for attention. It should be genuine. Exactly. I definitely agree with that. And so, y'all, on this live, we're going to go through a few things. First, I want to kick us off with a video from Funky Dineva. Good morning, Latte sis. Thank you for coming. Funky Dineva did a little video now. And I wanted to play it because it provides a different perspective. I just wanted to see what you all thought about what he said, because sometimes his perspectives can be a little against the grain. So I was going to play that snippet. Then we're going to look at Nothing But the Truth did a video. Shout out to that queen. She is always on it, y'all. She's been following and doing videos on various content, I should say sectors, in various sectors, the Romika sector, Tyrone Davis sector, and now Karmelo Anthony, like really showing some different things. So I wanted us to tap into a video she did about the judge, okay, showing his interview. We're going to walk through that. Dr. Candace Matthews was here. She did a brief press conference there in front of Collin County Courthouse. So I wanted us to tap into that because it goes with some other things that we're leading into. We're going to look at the list of docket entries. Now, let me tell y'all, I feel that they've been listening to these lives, okay? The reason I say that, I'm so glad I did it for my own proof, okay? I'm going to show y'all why I know either they're listening and they're seeing people are onto them, because when I looked at that docket the other day, it was skeletal, child. Wasn't nothing in there hardly, because that's why I came out and told y'all, members, we had a conversation. And I'm glad that I screenshot what I saw. Because how come yesterday when I went in there, y'all, they done went and backdated a whole lot of stuff that was not in there. Okay, they done backdated it. No, you should have been uploading that when it was as it was happening. Okay, how come y'all going back and backdating things and putting things in there now? Because people onto y'all that y'all didn't do the footwork, y'all didn't do anything last year. I'm so glad I did some screenshots. Oh, it was number God, because I'm trusting that it was gonna still be there, because I started thinking how they moving. I said, you know what, God laid on my heart, screenshot it. And the reason I was gonna screenshot it at first is I said they may seal it or close it down. So let me go ahead and screenshot what it said. So when I went back in there yesterday, I said, wait a second, wait, this wasn't here. Child, they done went back and backdated some stuff. A whole lot, trying to make it look like they were doing something. Yeah, I'm gonna show y'all. Let's see. Brittany said, write open book and just don't do it if you aren't doing it from the bottom of your heart. This is for Karmelo and his family. Exactly. Mary Tay said, he's such a cloud chaser. I really hope some of these celebrities are helping the family in silence. I hope so too. I really do. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button. It is for free. Thank you so much. Shout out to Stephanie. Welcome. I appreciate you for joining, sis. Yeah, they think we crazy, y'all. We doing more footwork and looking into things than the whole detectives and lawyers did. Okay, that is ridiculous. Good morning, Stephanie. It's ridiculous. I'm so glad that I screenshot that. Hey, Mama Magazine. Hey, Ray, come on in. All right, so let's get into Funky Dineva's video.
That I am choosing not to take on. I won't get into the weeds, but this is the one thing that this story made me want to share with you guys. It's time as Black people that we begin to play the offense. What do I mean by play the offense? Honestly and truthfully, stay out of the company of white people. That's really all I got. And I'm not trying to imply that all white people are bad, but it is just easier to stay out of the company of white people when you can. Some of y'all wear it as a badge of honor that you send your children to all white schools. That is not a badge of honor that your daughter is the only Black girl in the class. It is just easier to stay out of the company of white people. I know that it's not possible in all instances. I know your kids want to be in sports and they want to be in all these different things. And some of us live in very, very, very diverse neighborhoods. Stop letting your children go in white folks' house unsupervised. Stop sending your children unattended to white folks' birthday parties and they the only Black child there and there's 13 other little white kids. And I'm not saying don't let your children play with white children. What I'm saying is let them play with them in your yard so you can watch them, so you can facilitate what's going on, okay? Put your children in soccer on the Black side of town. Send your children to Black high schools. Send your children to HBCUs. It's one less thing to have to deal with. Life is already complicated as is. Ain't no need in going around and adding no extra complication to it by keeping the company of white folks, okay? And for my white followers out there, especially the one that was on the cruise with me, shout out to Philly Whitefish. I'm not saying that all white people are bad, and I'm not trying to imply that they're all bad. I'm simply saying we, right now in this time, we don't have the luxury of being able to sit back and filter out which one is bad and which one is good. We don't have the time. Just stay the hell away from all of them, especially ones that you don't know, especially in public. Mind your Black business. Keep to your Black self and keep your children in Black environments. You don't have to take on everything. And this is one of those situations that I am choosing not to take on. I won't get into the weeds, but this is...
Okay, so it's repeating itself. What y'all think about what he said? Good morning, Lena. Welcome. Candy Girl Pink said, welcome, Queen. She said Jeff Metcalf and his son Hunter need to get locked up, including the dirty judge. They all need to be locked up. Feds need to get involved. This is why Dr. Candace Matthews got paperwork on them. And that she does in her what does she call it? The evidence bag. Okay. Child, she got paperwork. And best believe they are going deeper. That's just a little snippet. That's just the beginning. She said they're not going to reveal the whole gameplay. Okay. That was just the beginning. Hey, Lena, good morning. Let's see here. Stephanie said, absolutely, but it's time. I completely feel him. They're dangerous for us. I did just that living in a predominantly white area, but it's not healthy or safe. Honey 5K said, I kind of agree. Although certain Caucasian people took good care of me when I was in need, I do see the ones that are bad. Okay. Candy Girl Pink said, I'm telling you, Karmelo will get exonerated. People are now coming forward. They seen the original footage. Free Karmelo. Yes. Okay. And while you said this about the footage, let me insert this in case y'all did not know or didn't see the community wall. And we're going to see it on the docket, but there is an order that was put through Thursday. Okay. Now, and I'm thinking that was put through yesterday, but y'all, they backdating stuff. They are backdating stuff because it wasn't there when I looked Thursday. There is an order to seal the records already in the works. Okay. It hasn't been fully granted, but there is an order to seal it. There are people who are now wanting to view the other video at the district. They're getting emails stating they're no longer allowing anyone else to see the video. See, they're trying to cover their tracks. Okay, See, if you know that you did everything with integrity, your due diligence, everything was fair, it would not be such an effort to cover things. It would not be such an effort to block videos from being seen from the public. The case is over, right? The trial is over, right? Okay, so why is it now y'all don't want, if this is the whole standard that you want cases to be modeled after here in Collin County, why is it that y'all don't want to allow video, audio inside the courtroom? Now, after a whole trial, you want to shut everything down where the public cannot even gain access to the records, the transcripts, what was stated, evidence that was shown. Okay. So obviously you're covering it up because you knew that it was all a game play, a game play from the beginning. Okay, when all of this happened. Let's see here. Let's see. Monica said, thank God my children are grown and I don't have to deal with this. I just have to stay in prayer for my grandbabies. Exactly. Because the father has some of his cases locked. Right. Good morning. It is what it is. She said we need to commission DOJ or FBI to investigate this. There has to be a way to get them involved, even though they are birds of a feather. Okay. Okay. She said, I ain't mad at it. Mind my black business. Okay. Oh, be right. Welcome. Her name is Dr. Candace Matthews. And for those of you who are not familiar with Dr. Candace Matthews, she is predominantly in Houston, Texas, but she is an activist. She's like the lead, something she calls it. I think she'll say it in the video of the Black Panther Party, the new Black Panther Party. But she goes around to different areas. She works on behalf of the people, exposing like these tenant lords that, I forget what they, slum lords, that's trying to charge high prices for apartments. They're not cleaning the apartments up. Recently, her and Cornell X, they were in the news because of the controversial incident in Houston with the young man using the bathroom behind the store, and the cashier took a picture of it and embarrassing the little boy, and they went to that store and shut it down. Okay, that man ended up fired. The people apologizing, child, a whole lot. They come and shut. People don't want to see them coming. She's been exposing lawyers. She's gotten police officers fired and cases looked into that she was handling. That Hispanic chick that was live going off on Black people, got her fired within hours, child. Okay, when they showed up for the press conference. So now she's working, I believe, with Anthony family behind the scenes. They're going to show them a list of lawyers and get a whole team together. Then she's trying to get a family in Dallas, their child back. A couple of them having problems with the judges and social workers over in that county that are giving children to people who are not qualified, who have records, who are mistreating the children. And these judges are taking them from Black homes and putting them in these other homes with some white people, and they're not taking care of them. They're reaping the benefits, but not taking care of the kids. So she was here handling that part too. So it's a lot that she handles. And baby, I love her kind of carrying on. Okay. With that person of pointing fingers, child, I'll be for it. Okay. Let's see here. She said, that's what I was wondering, why no footage hasn't been shown. They're not going to. Now, they will probably for the appeal. You get the right lawyers that they can get it unsealed. They have to do it for them in video footage. Okay, how about this sealing records? This is also familiar. They lock it up in the abyss. It's the good old gang hiding. Right, okay. Hey, Janet, welcome. Let's see. The family has Candace Matthews involved and they're working on it. Exactly. She has some real hot information. Yes, on that district attorney. Okay. Good morning, Rosie. Yes, y'all. I don't know if y'all saw that. Well, before we're going to get into it because I'm going to show y'all the actual video. But I wanted to say to what Funky Dineva was stating, I must say when I was growing up, my elementary school was predominantly Black. Okay, we even had, you had the homes in the area, then you had the projects not too far away. So some kids would walk from the projects to the school. Now, in that school, I can say I had 2 Black teachers out of K through 5. I would say 3. The rest of my teachers were white. Now, in that school, what I can say, they had high expectations for us. It wasn't a ghetto school, child, by any means. Okay. White teachers, black teachers. I remember the third grade teacher talking about, hey, time is of the essence. Let's go. Never knew what that meant. I knew it meant to hurry up. He didn't play about that. But as life went on, I truly know what time is of the essence means now. Now, when I went to middle school and high school, there were opportunities because of my grades to go to other schools outside of my neighborhood. My mom allowed me to do that for middle school and high school. So I went to not just all white schools, I went to more of diverse schools where there were not just all blacks, it wasn't all white either. It was a mixture of Hispanic, white, and blacks. Okay. So I did that for middle school and high school. I've had white friends, things of that sort growing up as kids, so I get what he's saying. It's a different day and time. You have to be careful because of the climate that we're in, the times that we're in. Even I don't care if you're black, white, or whatever. A lot of times I want to watch my kids too. Like, y'all come play over here. I don't trust them really going nowhere, spending nights and stuff like that. My mama didn't do a lot of that, spending nights here, spending nights there. So but y'all, we've seen cases, so many of these cases. Even think about the lady, I forgot her name, that went over to the sleepover. She was the only black lady there, and that lady ended up unalive. To this day, they don't know what happened to her. Okay, so I understood what he was saying. You just got to be careful in the climate that we are living in right now. Okay, let's see here. Free Karmelo. Yes, the video has been seen and people are now stepping up and exposing that self-defense. Right now, Janet, this is what my thing is with that video too, y'all. I'm glad because so far it's been all black people that's seen the video that's coming forward. Where everybody else at? Because y'all already know what they're going to say. Some people going to say, well, why all the black people? It's just black people that saw the video. They not going to believe it until some mixture of people, which is so sad, come out and say that they also saw the video. I believe those people. I believe that they did see it. I believe what they saw. But see, they weren't going to play that video. Oh, but I'm going to show y'all another reason why that video was not played in court. Let's see. She don't play Love Her Right. Exactly. Let's see. They are so wrong. That video that was doctored up instead of the true scene. Yeah, they were wrong for that. That's why they're trying to cover everything up now. Celebrities are donating money now. Right. I was the only black kid in most of my classes in high school. Wow. And y'all, I don't feel that it's nothing wrong with wanting your kids to have the best of school, go to the best of schools and be a part of these things. Some parents look at it in a way that, it's such a hard conversation, that some of these areas and places are the best. Well, there are still some all black schools that are the best too, right? It's just preference. Because sometimes it does bring on a different set of challenges when you are the only blacks in certain schools and things like that. So it's like you got to weigh your options when it comes to that. But it's not fair. Yeah. I went to a predominantly white high school. I got chosen best dressed, but they picked a white girl. Oh, wow. What burns me is that everyone says Karmelo should have left when he was asked to leave, or that he shouldn't have had the knife, but that Austin shouldn't have touched him instead. They leave that part out. They leave that part out. They did nothing for us. We were just black kids that went to the school. That's so sad. Shout out to T. Not that you coming in with a new name. Okay. Shout out to T Lady Boogie. We have missed you, sis. Where have you been? She said, good morning. On this case, I mentally have trouble accepting the injustices, just passing through and showing love. Okay, sis, I get it. I definitely get it and understand. Whatever y'all do, protect your mental. Some other people have had to take breaks from social media right now because it's just too much. They can't, it's so hard. Some people have kids. It's a trigger. It's a lot. It really is. Y'all see me bust out crying. I ain't trying to, but hey, it's just my heart And I empathize with this family, and this young man's life and freedom is at stake. And he was set up from the beginning. We don't rejoice over him losing his life at all, but we do have a problem because this child did not receive a fair trial and got overcharged. I agree. I definitely agree. I felt weird. Oh, wow. Going there. It was a white man that has came forward saying he saw the video and the one in court did not show the actual confrontation. Oh, really? Now I need to find that because I didn't know. I didn't know that. Okay. Wow. Okay, so let me take this down and let me pull up Nothing But the Truth video. Now we're gonna get into this judge, and then after that, we'll look at some things that were revealed about him. Okay, then we're gonna get into this docket. Okay, because I want to show y'all the whole chain of events. The school district, y'all, was served 5 times. They were served 5 times. Do you know that they were unserved those 5 times? Okay, unserved. Do y'all know that the Frisco Police Department was served 1 time and they were unserved? So when I say served, and let me say it like this, the subpoenas were issued. Let me say it like that so it's not confusing. Subpoenas were issued, but they were unserved. Okay? How can you not serve a whole school district? You know why? Because the school district, they were in ownership of the video that these people signed up to go and view. Well, if a representative from the school district showed up, they got to bring the video. That was intentional. Police department did not want to come because, baby, y'all got to tell us what y'all did with the cell phone footage. Y'all got to tell us what happened with Karmelo's clothes that y'all taking off, putting in trunks and things. Okay? All of that was in the arrest report. Y'all got to account for the lack of procedures. Y'all didn't even call these parents and things. So y'all got to protect y'all cover up too. How can you not serve a person in a whole police department? I'm still trying to understand that. And then we're going to see that also, y'all. Let me just pull this up right quick and bring it to the stage. I want y'all to see that Karmelo had a whole snake in the midst on his team. Okay? How can he have a fair chance when you have one of the defense attorneys, Toby Shook, on the left and one of the prosecutors, Bill Worski, on the right? These men had their own law partnership. Okay, they were partners in a private practice after their careers as prosecutors. They practiced together in a Dallas criminal defense firm known as Shook, Gunter, and Worski. Before entering private practice, both men were well-known prosecutors. Come on now. So Toby Shook, you used to be a prosecutor in the Dallas area and worked together on several major criminal cases. Bill Worski assisted Toby Shook in prosecuting the notorious Texas 7 prison escape case. Okay? And later, the two were appointed as special prosecutors in the Kaufman County prosecutor murders case involving Eric Williams. So now for the Karmelo Anthony case, ironically, they find themselves on opposite sides of the courtroom. But they have prosecuted, y'all, major cases together for years, but we're facing each other in court on the Karmelo Anthony trial for the first time on opposite sides. Why was it in this case? Y'all are now on opposite sides when y'all been on the same side. It was strategic. Let's set him up. You get over here this time because we got to work together. That's why. Y'all not playing and fooling nobody. Y'all playing all up in their faces, but not our faces. Okay? Y'all not playing in our faces. Y'all set this up so that it could be locked down on the cross-examination. It could be locked down on who y'all call. It could be locked down on the jury selection. We wondering why it's no black jurors. They're all in it together, y'all. This is not just something that we making up. These men work together usually. They're both prosecutors. But now for the first time on the Karmelo Anthony case, now they're on opposite sides. They ain't mad at each other. Mike Howard, come to the front. You can't make me believe you didn't see what this man was doing. So that means y'all both snake Karmelo. This boy didn't know what was happening. His family didn't know that they were being set up. They put these people in position to get this verdict. And then 10 times to 1, in my opinion, y'all. Now, how you start off with 600, you start off with 600 potential jurors. Just because the judge tells you that, oh, y'all got to come back on 2 days later, I need this number down to 200, 250 in a day. I think they had Tuesday to go through it. You can only imagine the applications and questionnaires that they just threw away. How many black people were in the pool? How many of the applications and surveys did you strategically pick? I wouldn't put it past them to those people that they chose. They knew them. Because guess what? We don't know them. We don't know who they selected. Everything locked down. Okay? Everything's about to be sealed. I wouldn't put it past, here's this. Hey, take it out. Fill it out. Okay, we want you. We want you. We want you. Child, it's all a setup. It's all a setup. It's no way you went from 600 with integrity, 600 and eliminated 400 by the next day, like thoroughly going through all of those apps. Come on now. Because he said that's the number he wanted it down to. Y'all just threw it away. Y'all just, boom. We don't know how many black people were in there. And then y'all went Wednesday from the 200 and something down to 12 and some alternates. What? That process should have really took all of that first week. I mean, if you did it with integrity, knocking folks out the box. This is crazy. The first time, y'all, that they work on opposite sides. They've been working together as prosecutors. But for this particular trial, they are on opposite sides. They had a whole law firm together. Karmelo had a snake in the midst on his own team. Mike Howard, I think you knew. Okay, because you also know when things are updated on the docket. You know what's been put out. You know who was on that witness list. You didn't find it odd that none of these people were coming up. You didn't find it odd. You didn't think to get up and cross-examine, even if Toby Shook didn't. Y'all chose this case to work on opposite sides. No, you're not going to play in our face. Okay? You make a try because a lot of people may not know the area. They not looking into this. Y'all, it was a gameplay from the beginning. They started this last year when it all happened. That's why the police took up those kids' phones. Okay? They took up the phones last year. When I heard that in the news, I said, wait a second. They taking up phones? And I remember the black guy who was there. And he was saying he was there with his child and he saw it happen. He said, yeah, and the police came and they was taking up the kids' phones and things like that. I said, oh, they're going to try to cover this up. And then it was even further confirmed, y'all, when I looked at the docket and now they're trying to backtrack. And I did screenshots, and I'm glad that I did screenshots of what it looked like a day or two ago, right? And I said, God laid on my heart, do a screenshot. Because I say, no, the way these people moving, they line to close this down or they line to erase them. I took screenshots. I go back yesterday and look at it. I say, well, where all this stuff come from? And then they done backdated it. What? No, you're supposed to be updating that as you go. Don't backdate nothing like you've been doing something. Y'all ain't did nothing. It was so skeletal. I even went live with the members. They could tell you. We did a lot because I was so upset by that. I said, y'all, they literally wasn't doing anything because I was like, they had a year to prepare. This case went so fast. What all did they do? Where are the witnesses? Where's the evidence? Where are the experts? Like, nobody called. What were they doing for a year? Nothing. They couldn't even serve the Frisco Police Department and the Frisco ISD. Unserved. But you say you care about kids, or is it certain kids? You care about all kids? Do you really want the truth in the matter? Do you really want it to be fair? It was a gameplay from the beginning. Okay, let's get into this video, and we're going to be back to y'all. Ugh, it's just sickening. This boy's, his whole freedom is at stake. And y'all, they set him up. Now here we go with this judge. And I'm so glad Dr. Candace Matthews came. Ooh, I hope they continue to just go deeper into what they got going on over there. It needs to be dismantled. It's a shame. The corruption, the cover-ups, all of that's happening in that county for years. The DA been in that role since 2011 with a whole 75-page indictment against him and had to end up settling. He didn't even respond. Okay? He didn't even respond to it. They ended up settling for $1.75 million a few years ago with those women. And Bill Worski, the other one up here, the one on the right, was in the lawsuit too. They just covering stuff up, paying it off. DA. Then the DA's wife, she's a district attorney in the same, a district judge in the same county. They are all connected, y'all. You can't go here to get justice because that's the wife. You can't go here to get justice. That's the friend. You can't go here get justice. They know each other. Their kids go to school together. Can't go here to get justice because, hey, they'll make you lose your job. Can't go here to get justice because the police department racist. Okay, where do the black people go over there in Collin County? Where are they supposed to go to get a fair trial, get some fair help? It's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
On the bench for about 20 years.
20 years. And this is the end.
And then 6 months will be in the end.
Yeah, 6 months. He's about to retire. It's so ironic that the Karmelo Anthony trial was his last one. He's trying to hurry up and get up out of there. Good morning, everyone coming on in. Thank y'all so much for joining. He's trying to hurry up and get up out of there. See, they keep amending, I noticed too, that appeal schedule. Okay, that's on the docket. They keep amending that. They probably trying to push it way out. Okay, make sure he's in the clear. He on some island somewhere enjoying his retirement, probably down in Florida. Okay, get him a whole little place down there with Trump somewhere. Let him go on and retire before all this mess come out about how y'all did Karmelo during this trial. He want to be off in Bali somewhere. Okay, where everybody end up going, Dubai, Bali, or Florida. Okay, where you can get away with stuff. Somewhere you feel like you can get away with it. He want to be up out of here. Probably done, I ain't going to put no accusations out there that I can't prove. Yeah, he need to retire into a jail cell to wait. This is the standard. This is the standard of not what to do with during a trial. How about that as the example? Not as an example of what to do. You ain't do nothing. Nothing whatsoever.
Did you want to take on this trial?
I wanted the Collin County Judiciary to take on this trial. It was important to me to have somebody from Collin County preside over this Collin County case. So I didn't ask for it. No one, that's not how it works anyway.
Yeah.
I didn't ask for it, but I was certainly willing to do it because that was my duty. I've been prepping for this trial with the departments, with the Collin County system, with the sheriff's office and everybody for about 8 months.
Is that the longest you've ever had to prep?
100%.
Why?
Logistics. One of the critical pieces of this case where we had minors.
He said the Karmelo case, it took them 8 months to prep. I want y'all to, when y'all see it, he said it took 8 months to prep. I want y'all to see what they did in 8 months. No, it took 8 months to get everybody in position. Okay, make sure the kids knew their script. Okay, it took 8 months to do that. And to make sure you got your DA there, he ready, you got your other prosecutor on the other side. Make sure you talk to the family. Because see, the family, the parents, Karmelo's parents the other day, they stated, hold on, y'all, one second. So the parents were saying, now they didn't specify, but during that interview stated that people were in their ears talking about don't choose a black lawyer, don't do this, don't do that. So they went with a white lawyer. Now, I don't know whose suggestion though it was to get Mike Howard. How did Toby Shook and Mike Howard end up together? Okay, that's a part of the play. Okay, so that's something the parents need to think about, because whoever suggested, because remember, y'all, they're new to Texas. They come from Louisiana. So they don't know these people. They didn't know the area that they were moving to, really. They didn't know like the deep down in Texas red, that is that little area, right? So I don't know who suggested this Mike Howard lawyer and how Mike Howard and Toby Shook ended up together, because Toby Shook is usually a prosecutor. So that part in itself would reveal who another snake is, who actually suggested them, okay, as Karmelo's defense attorneys last year. That would be another thing to look into. So that's something to think about. But when he's saying 8 months to prep, no, it's to get things in order for what y'all did this week. It wasn't to prep nothing, because y'all didn't do nothing on the docket. It showed that. Then y'all try to go back and trying to add some stuff in there to make it look like y'all did and backdated the things. No, because I got screenshots before y'all went and backdated stuff. Okay, y'all literally didn't do nothing for 8 months. Let me pull that up right quick. For 8 months, nothing. Oh, I'm so glad I screenshotted this, because I just had a feeling, seeing how y'all moving, that y'all were going to change something. Let's see. Give me 1 second, y'all. Okay. Now, here's one piece, and it's small on here. I'm gonna make it bigger when I get to when we get to that part, because I got it on the actual one now. But here's one piece of it, okay, of some things that were done on. Let me try to see if I can do it this way too. Okay. Oh, child, my eyesight. Okay, so y'all see, very skeletal. Okay, let me bring up my second screenshot, because we're going to go more into it when I get to that part. But I want to show y'all why he's talking about they took 8 months to prep. Okay, so that's one screenshot, because I couldn't get them all together. Okay, here's the next one. It was a big gap and jump into the last time they were trying to serve the school district, and then it was a jump from like September to when the trial was starting. No. It jumped to when he wanted to stop media from coming in. There was an order to kind of limit the media and all of that. He did an order for that. Then they had some type of protective order for somebody, a John Doe. Okay, I don't know who that John Doe. So they had a protective order. Then it kind of jumped from that to the trial starting. But leading up to that, y'all, it was nothing. It was very skeletal in the things that they were doing last year. Okay. Then you couldn't even serve the police, the police department and the school district. It was very skeletal. And then it gets worse, y'all, when you actually get to the actual case, how close the dates are together and how they were like moving it along. It really looked crazy. Now they should have went back and looked at this like, man, this particular day, we done went through a whole 400. We went through a whole 400 jurors. Wow, we did all that in one day. One day, yes, that's what's showing on y'all docket. Y'all were able to have witnesses for the defense in one day. Then y'all got a whole answer verdict. Okay. Then y'all had a whole in one day. Okay. It looks crazier on paper. This is sad. Here's the screenshot 3. Okay. So it's very minimal. They changed this. I'm glad I kept these screenshots. They changed this, y'all. When we get to that part, you're going to see they went back and backdated some things and added some things in there. Okay. Let's see. Karen said they purposely didn't get the real video. The school board never answered the subpoena. Thank you, Karen. They never answered the subpoena for the video shown at the school a year ago. Thank you. People are wondering, well, why are they not showing that video in court? Here it is. Here's your answer. The video that the other people signed up to see was at the school district. The school district, they issued a subpoena, but the school district is showing unserved 5 times. If they're not there, the video is not there. Okay? Exactly, sis. It took 8 minutes to decide their verdict. Right. He's talking about 8 months to prepare. Child, it took y'all less than 3 hours to come up with the verdict. Oh my gosh. Exactly. Just like I said, they were preparing for this baby. Already convicted. As fast as they went, even with getting him to prison, they must have had the prison bus in transit before the jury even came back with their verdict. How you move him so fast? How did you move him and about to move him to Jeff Metcalf's brother's prison where he's the warden? They were trying to set that boy up to be unalive, really. Okay? But see, God worked and caused some interference because usually it's stated that before you get transferred from the county jail, it takes like a good 30 days. It could take like 30 to 60 days for that whole process, to get you ready and all that, paperwork, all that stuff to transfer you to prison. Child, it took them the same day, probably next morning. Okay, they probably was moving him out overnight to that prison. But then there was interference that he didn't go to the bird unit where the brother is the warden. They transfer him to the PAC unit where there's another man, Simmons, that he's the warden. Hey, the Queenstown, welcome everyone coming on in. Okay. Hi, Latrice. School districts, police departments, and local authorities tend to be very tight in white areas, and they talk about everything. I saw this firsthand being married to a trooper. Sickening. Okay? Exactly. They need to go through all them cases in that judge's office that was done by Shook and the prosecutor. Hello? Karen. Wait, is this Karen? Child, I need my glasses. Carla. Yes. Look, you and Karen's names. I was like, hold on, that's not Karen. Yes, Carla. I definitely agree. They need to go through those cases. Okay? Because y'all, we already see firsthand with this Karmelo Anthony case that some things were not done properly. Okay. All right, let's get into it. I know y'all probably say, how many times we gonna go? It's as he talk about stuff, I'm kind of showing y'all some stuff too.
Were testifying. Prior to me getting the case, we had some of those witnesses doxxed and swatted and revealed on social media. I didn't want that to add to the already traumatic event they've been through. And I didn't want them to change their testimony or be uncooperative with people trying to call them as witness out of fear. And so my number one duty at that point in time getting the case was to how do we protect those minors who are critical to this case to come and testify.
Y'all protect their stories, okay? Make sure they didn't put out any of the video footage. Y'all know how kids are, they record everything. Then we get all the phones, okay? They want to make sure we got all the phones. We don't want none of the video leak. Now, make sure these kids ain't talking to nobody, telling them what really went on, or none of that, okay? That's how I interpreted that. Now, Lena, okay, you say you were a little confused. So the video that others are speaking of, where it shows Karmelo being attacked by this group of students, okay, where the twins were not even under the tent, allegedly, until later, okay? Karmelo was sitting there talking to Eddie. Then they walk over, okay? There was even a part they said during the video where Karmelo takes off running and they're chasing him. Austin was too, until he realized he had been stabbed and he fell. That's when Hunter turns around and he allegedly sees Austin had been stabbed. Okay, so then Karmelo ends up running to the coach. Now, all of that they said is showing under the video. Okay, on that other video. That video was with the school district. Okay, because of the stadium is a part of the school district. Now, they had to, a few people signed up to go and view the video when this all started. Those are the people who are speaking out, saying that they were approved to come and see it. You could not record it. They caught someone trying to use meta glasses. They kicked them out, okay, and so forth. Now, the defense had issued a subpoena to the school district for them to come and testify. If they come, hey, you got to bring that video too. Well, guess what? Every time they sent the subpoena out, it was unserved 5 times. That's why the video never made it to court, because they were never served. Okay, so they really cannot refer to that video if it's not a part of evidence or admitted into court, if that makes sense. The connections are, what did you say, sis? Let's see. The connections are crazy. Yes, exactly. We piecing it together. Okay, even with knowing these things, I still was placed in positions to have to fight like a lioness about my kids and grandchildren. They will try you until they get you. Wow. Hey, authentic young lady, welcome. They need to watch that warden too. You know, the wardens are connected too. We're just praying, you know, for Karmelo's safety. He looks like he's at one of those smaller prisons there, and so forth. So I'm hoping that, you know, it's very tight knit, you know, they can keep an eye out. It looks like a medical unit is there as well. I know that they had revealed he has epilepsy. So maybe that could be a reason he's a part of that unit too. So hopefully, you know, things will go well. This should be an automatic appeal due to all the deception in handling this case. Right. Exactly right, Sound Studios. He doesn't bring up the fact that the Anthonys had to move because they were getting so many death threats. Even on the interview with CBS News recently with the parents, I think the dad, it was a phone call he had gotten. They're blowing up his phone. He answered it during the interview. They are calling, threatening the family still. Did you have a problem with that family being protected? Are we for all or are we for some? Okay, if you're going to be in positions like this, you can't be biased. It got to be about rights. I was looking at trying to finish, y'all, the O.J. Simpson documentary on Netflix, trying to fall asleep every night. I try to get through a little more each time. But I must give it to that judge. That judge did not play in that case. Okay, he kept it professional. He called out what needs to be called out on both sides. So you got to call out stuff on both sides. You got to be fair. You can't be up here favoring what's best for the prosecutors and their witnesses, but you're not up here. You should have questioned the defense. Well, where are your witnesses? Okay, where are your witnesses? Okay, it's not crumbs. Hold on, y'all. 1 second. Okay, we can't be for one side. We got to be for all. Hey, the real Nikki.
The decision to not have cameras or any kind of streaming, was that an easy one?
Here's one of the methods we use to boost our son's grades at school, and it is with SmileZimmy. SmileZimmy could be a
Yes, it was an easy decision. And I'll tell you why. My primary goal in any case is to make sure that the defendant and the prosecution gets a fair trial, period. I have seen from other cases around the country where cameras in the courtroom changed the way that the judge acted, the lawyers acted, some of the witnesses acted, and we were not going to have that here. We were going to really isolate the purpose for which we were here for, which is to have that fair trial.
He's lying, okay? He's lying because even in some of the most high-profile cases, yeah, he knew what he was doing and what them lawyers were doing were not right. If you felt like everything you did was with integrity and fairness, you wouldn't have a problem with the public seeing it. Okay, we call out what's wrong. He didn't want nobody the eyes on them because they knew that they were doing wrong.
And cameras in the courtroom did not enter into that equation at all.
How much grief did you get from people around you about that decision?
I don't know. I don't listen to it. I just flat don't listen to what's going on the outside. I do what I think is right, no matter what decision that is. And I sleep well at night knowing if I follow the law, then
calling out this lie number 2020. Sir, you told the jury, according to CBS News in their transcripts, you told the jury, okay, that the day before they were supposed to come back one night, you told them, don't go and watch social media. Social media, they don't know what they're talking about. Okay. Now, for one, that's petty. How would you know if we know what we're talking about? We know obviously a lot more than you think we know. Okay, with all due respect. So my thing is, if someone made a good point, the jurors were not supposed to be looking at social media anyways, I thought. Okay, y'all should have sequestered them, then put in a little threat. Well, if y'all don't have a decision by tomorrow, I'm gonna have to sequester. So now they're nervous, like, oh shoot, I don't want to get sequestered. Okay, you don't need to throw that out. Just let them freely come up with their decision. So they shouldn't have been on social media anyways. And if you're not following social media, how do you know what people are talking about on social media? So that's lie number 2020.
everything works out like it's supposed to. And so these outside influences, all the noise from the outside, I really isolated myself from that in this case and in all cases, and just do my job the best I can following the law.
How do you think we're talking with the attorneys, other attorneys outside of this. How do you think they describe you?
Strict, no nonsense, fair, and that to me is the most important part. I know for a fact when I make a decision here, people are unhappy. What I hope is when they walk out the door that they think they got a fair trial or a fair hearing or fair something.
Nope.
And if they do that, no matter what they think about me personally, then I've succeeded.
And you're okay with any of those characterizations?
I think they're fair.
Yeah. I hate to have to ask about stuff that emerges on social media, but I have to ask it.
Okay, notice y'all what keyword he keeps throwing out is fair. Okay, notice that. Notice his body language also. I want you to pay attention in certain times, his body language. He keeps throwing out this word fair. And someone earlier brought up a good point. This interview, when have we seen a judge come out and defend anything they did on the case? Okay, and doing a whole interview. I know I haven't. Okay, even in the most high profile cases, never. Okay, now he came out with this interview after Dr. Candace Matthews came and did that press conference in front of Collin County Courthouse. Now, another reason that I feel that they hurried up and moved Karmelo out was because they knew that Dr. Candace Matthews and her team was going to be there that Thursday. Notice they had everything wrapped up and Karmelo up out of here by the time she got here. Okay? Because they know what comes with that. Look, we need to see Karmelo. We need to go visit him. You know, who knows what could have happened during that point. I also heard allegedly that they had submitted for his appeal and had requested that he stay out of jail during his appeal process. Well, once you're in prison, you can't. Okay, so they hurried up and moved him there allegedly for that reason too. Carla said the school should be investigated. This school got evidence to exonerate Karmelo. Why didn't they answer the subpoena? Yeah, they all working together. It was a part of the play. It was a part of the play from the beginning. Those kids know what happened, y'all. The witnesses that were there know what happened. The school district knows what happened. They have the video. They've shown it. The thing of it is they're a close-knit area and they are all working together. They don't care about Karmelo. They're trying to please the mass, okay? The whole group of other people that are bringing money into that county, okay? We got the one black boy or we got all these others, okay? Who are we trying to work with, okay? Well, they got the new Universal Studio Kids Resort there that's about to open in July. That's about to bring them a lot of money in that county. So they're trying to keep and use Karmelo's situation as an example. Don't come here with the mess, okay? It is sad that they're doing that because they want it to be up to a certain standard. Y'all get what I'm saying? Because of this new theme park there, people from all over the country about to come to Collin County. Okay, so they're trying to make sure he keeps saying, oh, we did it with fairness and we wanted to make sure it was fair and fair this and fair that, because it's being called out that they were not being fair.
And I know you don't know of any of it because you're not on social medias.
I'm on it. I mean, I'm an elected official, so I have a Facebook page and stuff. Do I look at it? Do I monitor it? Do I let it impact me? None. Not at all.
So I have to ask, do you have a personal relationship with the Metcalfs?
I wouldn't know Mr. Metcalf prior to this trial if he walked up to me and said hello. I don't know the Metcalfs. I sympathize with the Metcalfs and what they've been through and all, but I don't know them personally. Never have.
So these AI images emerging of you and them at a party or drinking together, all
Never
of that.
happened. And that's the problem with social media, isn't it? You can't tell what's true and what's not true.
Navon, the #1 rated business travel platform, lets your team book work travel in one place. Flights, hotels, cars.
Okay. Now, my thing is the picture that came out that was not this current judge. However, what it did show is that Jeff Metcalf knows people in some high positions. Y'all think about it. His own brother is a warden at a Texas prison. He's in the criminal justice system. Okay. So he was on there with another judge. Okay, so these judges work in circles. Y'all, you can't make me believe that he didn't know that man at all. Just because that picture, it was not him in the picture. Okay, come on now. Come on. If you didn't know, well, how you didn't know him? But this has been going on since last year anyways. Think about it. Okay, this been in the news. You knew about this case. You knew who the father was. Okay, y'all live in the same area. Like, that's lie number 3001. Yes, we calling it out. We're not crazy. We're not crazy. We see right through it. Hey, Becca, welcome. No, it wasn't. It wasn't him. I put the other picture up of him. I can't lie, y'all. I ain't gonna lie and say try to make it him. That wasn't him in that picture. Yeah, but I do feel like he knew him. Okay, in my opinion, I feel like he knew him. They roam in circles. Yeah, they need to protest outside that prison. He's unprofessional. He slipped up saying, I sympathize with those bastards. Ain't no judge going to say that. Did he? I didn't even hear that part. Wait a minute. Now that is unprofessional. And I don't even like the whole texture of this video. Okay. It looked like something that was streaming up in the 50s. Okay. I don't know what was going on with the texture in this video interview. Whatever they call it, the digital color, whatever. It looked like an older video set in the 50s. Hi, Mrs. Mel. She said that's the real reason they didn't want cameras in the courtroom. Yep. Real eyes recognize lies. You better say it. Right Sound Studio said, even if he doesn't know Warden Metcalf, which I fail to believe, the warden knows how the process goes. Yeah. That man is lying. Y'all. Let me keep going because
some reports of some things that were coming out of this courtroom, and I wondered to myself, were they even in the same courtroom that I was? It's that bad, and I think that's tragic, because I think really if you just listen to the case based upon the facts, you'd understand it so much better.
Do you think it reinforced your decision to not have cameras or streaming inside this?
Sort of. I will tell you this, sometimes I think maybe I should have at least the audio streamed or something so people could hear it. But at the end of the day, I don't think, no matter what, people are going to distort whatever happens or whatever they hear into their own agenda. And so what's the point? And again, that noise affects people, affects the fairness of the trial, the safety of the witnesses, the safety of the jury. And those are my primary concerns, not what social media says. It's not my duty. I don't think it's my job to feed social media or the media stuff. I certainly understand the role that media plays in a case like this.
But this is what you're doing with this interview. If you didn't care and you did everything with fairness, would you be doing this interview? No.
But I'm not here to feed it. And I took that very, very seriously.
But Judge, when people don't have access to the trial or the courtroom, doesn't it invite speculation?
Yes,
sort of. But I got 70 seats in my courtroom, and I had 200 requests by the media to sit in the courtroom. So let's say if I just entertain the press, then I have nobody from the public watching what's going on in their county. And so I had to do a balance between the media's right to know and to be able to report what's going on, because I think that's extraordinarily important. I think it's important that the general public had access to the courtroom and to see what was going on. And so I tried to balance all those things with the primary, again, purpose of having a fair trial. And I think I struck that balance pretty well.
But the media's right to know is the public's right to know. Is the public's access. We are the extension of that public.
I think somebody from the public who will wanted to come watch a trial and know that they were excluded from the trial because all the media was there, I beg to differ.
Do you think there was a possibility for a learning experience? I mean, people do not know about how trial works. Do you think that this may have been an opportunity for people to know how it truly works, and that kind of erases some of the negative notions of court and trial?
I'm doing this interview with you to make sure that people understand how the system works, and if they really wanted to, and I mean this seriously, if they wanted to, they could have stood in line with everybody else, and had the 27 to 32 public seats that we had in this courtroom that we rotated every day. And so was that important to them?
Let me pause right there. That was a hot mess we heard. That whole process was a hot mess. It's like taking a bunch of kids outside and just putting candy down on the ground in a free-for-all. Okay, no order, organization, fairness to the lineup procedure. Okay, Mr. Gerald Jackson from the NCB one day had a whole little incident with one of the, I guess they call them I don't know if they the bailiffs or one of the police out there, child. And he was about to ban him because he was calling them, he called them going up there with massa, okay? Because he was talking about the white officer sent the black officer to talk to them, the black people, or something to that effect. And the black officer got upset and told him he was going to ban him that day. So he ended up leaving because it was too much. He said, by the time you leave every day, you got to go through traffic. By the time you leave, then you get to the hotel. You may want to go live with your people, tell them what happened. But then you had to be up like 2-3 a.m. the next morning to hurry up and get there and get in line because they did not open the parking lot until 6 a.m. Okay, so with that comes people skipping in line. You got all of this stuff happening, calling chaos, okay? Trying to get some seats, like you trying to get into a concert. It was disorganized. So a lot of people who had signed up to be media inside of the courtroom could not. They declined a lot of people, but they handpicked, okay, check that out, the legacy media that they had in there every day that could report out. So with them having their own people up in there who they selected. Now, Mr. CKB, welcome. He is a lawyer in the building with us. He said, if you were the judge, what would you have done differently? I apologize if you asked, if you discussed this already. Okay. Well, that's what I was saying. It should have been about fairness. Okay. If you look at the docket, the things that they had done, they really hadn't done a lot, y'all. Okay. I showed those screenshots earlier. It's very skeletal. They just started this week going back, backdating some things. And I'm glad that I have the screenshots first to show the difference that some things were added recently. Okay. It wasn't done last year. It wasn't in there, I should say, from last year. So my thing is be fair. Okay. He should have been calling out some things, but it was such an effort. They made sure they got that order in place. Okay. Limiting media and the parameters of what can take place in this courtroom. Just not allowing certain things. I also heard in a chat last night, someone had put that allegedly when the victim impact statements were being read, that Karmelo Anthony's parents were put out. Allegedly. I don't know. But if that was done, that's not fair either. Okay. Not allowing, and then he was overruling a lot of what the defense attorneys, when they objected to the jury instructions, he overruled. Okay. So it's like a lot of things that they wanted to do. If Mike Howard wasn't a part of this whole setup, they shut it down, y'all. Okay. And we see he kept everyone, all of the eyes out of there. You couldn't hear nothing. You couldn't bring cell phones in there. He could have at least had audio. If he didn't want video, at least have audio. We've even seen with O.J. Simpson case. We've seen George Floyd's case, Aaron Dean case here in Texas. There are some very high profile cases where even if children are involved, like in that other case where the young girl was unalived by the FedEx worker, guess what they did? They didn't show the young people on the stand, or they would blur the person, or they would position the camera to the seal on the wall. Hey, mama. They would position the camera to the seal so that you wouldn't show certain things. Okay, so he can maybe believe that it's some stuff in there. You can't make me believe that it wasn't a way to go around it. See, he didn't want people looking at his facial demeanors, how rude he probably was, how the lack that they had in evidence and questions and counters. He didn't want us critiquing what they were doing in that courtroom. We were going to call it out. Okay. We still calling it out. So you should have just went ahead and allowed it inside the courtroom. We still calling out the lies. They put Karmelo in slave attire to let their people know he's up for auction. And you know what, Blueski? When I saw that picture, it made me think of that. I have never seen jail attire look like that. I thought they had like the jumpsuits. What was that? They done shaved all of his hair. I mean, it was ridiculous. It was so sad. It was just a few. They had 9. They selected 9 media from Legacy Media in there. Happy Saturday, Kimashir. Welcome, sis. Even the reporter knows better. Okay. The reporter trying to save him, because watch, the reporter gonna say, you want that on record? Because I think the reporter knew he was saying some stuff he should not have been saying.
How did you plan for some of the outside noise?
Well, we were certainly playing with the sheriff's office and the McKinney Police Department and the Allen Police Department and the Frisco Police Department. So those were talks that we're having 8 months before the trial to ensure the safety of the people out in the parking lots. They certainly had a right to demonstrate and all. And I think we struck a very, very good balance that allowed them to do that, at the same time maintaining safety of everybody involved.
Did it affect your day-to-day decisions?
It didn't. Actually, I didn't. I came in from a different entrance from the courthouse. I didn't come in through the front. I couldn't hear any noise at all from my office. The jurors were not facing the parking lot, so they didn't see anything or hear anything. And I think we did a marvelous job in isolating them and having them concentrate just on what was going on in this courtroom, which was my instruction from the very, very beginning.
Yeah. Best believe when they drove by that parking lot, they saw those people out there protesting, sir. Okay. And he's protecting the jury because, hey, probably with some of the friends in the neighborhood. Okay. Come on now. Probably hand selected the ones, because we don't know. We don't know the names of the people or who they are or their connections. They won't know because he's trying to have everything sealed. There was an order submitted to have all of the records sealed. Let's see. Karmelo's lawyer threw him to the wolves. He never defended that baby, and people wanted Karmelo to take the stand. His lawyer would have let the prosecutors chew that baby up. Yes. Definitely. D said, yes, I've never seen that before, getting a haircut like that in jail. And it was already low, you know. If compare that photo they took of Charles Duncan from the Green Mile, the actor, that's what they did to Karmelo in that mug shot. Oh, yes. I remember that movie. You're right. The judge said if anyone got emotion in the court, that they would be put out. Yes, that's what I heard, Becca. You couldn't even show emotions in there. That's like a cold. Oh, y'all. I don't think I would have wanted to be in that courtroom. To be honest, you can't do nothing. You can't cry. You can't look sad. He was trying to. I'm telling you, he was trying to play on the jurors, their emotions. They said that they kept repeating the video that they had with Hunter in the background saying, no, my brother, not my best friend, doing all that crying. They kept replaying that for the jury to hear, and some of them would always tear up. But y'all didn't show the other video. Y'all didn't show the one from the school district of Karmelo trying to get away from them. They kept pulling him back in allegedly by his hoodie. Y'all didn't show that video. Okay? Y'all kept showing the one that was going to play on their emotions. Hey, Protector 91. She said James Baldwin, to be black in this country and to be relatively conscious is to be in a rage almost all of the time. Wow. Okay, Texas males do have to have their hair shaved because of lice. I found that out, but female inmates don't have to cut their hair. What? Child, black people rarely get lice. I don't think I've ever heard of a black person really getting lice. I don't know. Black people get lice. And if I've heard of lice, I've heard of it with girls. Lord, if anything, the girls who have to get the wigs off. Okay, and let me bring it back. I think all Southern prisons make them cut hair. But his hair was cut. He had it low already for the trial. Child, the lice ain't living in no black person's hair.
What made this trial different?
The parties, the witnesses, and all that stuff. So I think it started off bad, and I'm going to attribute that to social media. And I think social media got it wrong. And it is what it is. I think that's something we have to live with these days. But I think it's my responsibility and other judges' responsibility to make sure no matter what's going on in social media, that someone can walk in a courthouse and get a fair trial.
Did it make it very different when you realized a lot of your witnesses are young witnesses?
No, look, I've been doing this for 20 years. A lot of the witnesses come in all shapes and sizes.
I got to look into that. The real Nikki. I heard someone else say that. I got to look into it. Thank you for sharing that.
And colors and all that. And so that was normal for me. What wasn't normal for me is to have those witnesses be intimidated by things being said on social media, because those young people rely on social media more than I certainly do. And so that sure impacted me to make sure that they did not change their testimony. They were willing to come in and tell the truth without fear of being doxxed or swatted.
No, what it was is they didn't want them watching social media where they started getting scared and had to tell the truth. Okay. They didn't want them to go out looking at social media and all these black people like, What's going on? Oh my God, justice for Karmelo. Oh my goodness, So y'all stay off. Remember the script now. Remember what you're supposed to say. Okay, we don't want y'all on social media. Y'all better not show any video footage if y'all have it. Those kids know what happened. And someone brought up a good point. Later on in life, they get mad at their parents because we don't know what kind of gifts or money or anything been put out there. Okay, Mom, I'm going to tell the truth about what happened to Karmelo. They're going to be out here telling the truth one day. Okay, they know what happened. These kids know what happened. Right now, they're scared. Okay, some of them might have been threatened. Y'all know in the Kendrick Johnson case, some of those kids were threatened that they weren't going to be able to go to college. Some got full scholarships to schools just to lie or not come forward. Okay, so it does happen, y'all. This is not something that's not can possibly happen. People know how to grease palms. Shoes, you look at the Beauty in Black episodes, y'all see the daddy had a whole judge in his pocket. Okay. Although they gonna lie that judge, but I'm just saying, okay, he had a whole judge in his pocket. Mr. CKB, come on, thank you. Okay, I got an amen. 10,000% agree. I'm telling y'all, it can happen. Yeah, the karma is going to everyone involved. Everyone.
Stuff. And so I took every precaution that I could, consistent with the law, to make that happen. What we did here was a well-oiled machine. I've never seen a case.
Do you want that on the record?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, we're on. The case that we tried here in Collin County was a well-oiled machine. I mean, Collin County, it should be the model for high-profile cases from here on out. And that's because we started 8 months ago, and I met with anybody from facilities to IT, to the audiovisual people, to the sheriff's office. We constantly came.
Mr. CKB, in this particular case, I believe so. That's my opinion. This judge, this is his last case. He wanted this case. Okay. And he's about to go into retirement in 6 months. So this judge knows people there in the city. Also, those of you who were not in here for this part here, the guy on the left is Toby Shook. He had a whole, now he was one of Karmelo Anthony's defense attorneys, right? The guy on the right is Bill Werski. He was one of the prosecutors on the case. Now, Bill Werski and Toby Shook were law partners in private practice after their careers as prosecutors. They practiced together in Dallas criminal defense firm known as Shook, Gunter, and Werski. Now, before entering private practice, both of these men were well-known prosecutors in the Dallas area and worked together on several major criminal cases. Now, in this Karmelo Anthony case, this is the first time that they were on opposite sides. So Karmelo had someone on his team that wasn't really on his team. Okay? Yes, I sure can. So y'all know that they were pretty much, okay, on the slot working together, in my opinion. That's just my opinion now. Okay? That's about breaking him down. His hair wasn't cut. It was massacred. Okay. They don't like our hair. It's a sign of strength. Say it again. Karen said, the seeds you sow are the ones you reap. The reaper is coming. It's called karma now, but God is in this thing. Move a mountain, right? A model for high profile cases. Yeah. This is a model of what not to do. Okay. Baby, it's definitely not a model of what to do. Okay, let's continue.
Together and met to make sure that Collin County was going to be a focus for a minute. And we wanted to make sure that everybody understood that, number one, don't come around and mess with Collin County. And because we're here for a job, that job is to make sure that everybody gets a fair trial and everybody's safe. And we wanted to go seamlessly. And one thing that does worry me a little bit is people go, oh, this was a 5-day case with the evidence. 5-day case, it must have been cut and dry. I don't know if that's true or not. It was 5 days because I wasn't wasting anybody's time. Our community needed to heal quickly. They needed this case over one way or another, but the case had to be fair first. But we accomplished that. But it was a gargantuan effort by every single person involved in Collin County and outside Collin County. And so we're very, very proud of our county, all of our employees, all of our elected officials, all of our judges, everybody in getting this case tried quickly because our community needed it to heal.
Thank you, Judge, for talking with us.
Sure.
This is a hot mess. Okay.
Imagine being able to build an
Let me remove this. We have Mr. CKB. Oh, Lord. Let's see here. Oh, y'all, hold on. Something just happened. Give me 1 second. Okay, my bad, y'all. I'm back. Okay, so Mr. CKB, you ready? We're gonna bring Mr. CKB to the stage. How are you today? We're gonna bring Mr. CKB to the stage.
Oh, let me see something. Damn, this is so crazy where I can't ever hear nothing.
Can you hear me?
Damn, this is so crazy. Listen, I can't hear you on the listening, but I got you on the thing on YouTube, so I'm hearing this in the background. But listen, what I was gonna say is this. Do I have an echo?
No, you're good now.
Do I have an echo? All right, cool. It's like a crazy delay, so and I apologize to your chat for keep jacking your chat up and jacking your videos up. But what I would say is this, and I can hear you, it's going to be a little delay, all right? But what I would say is this. Remember, I had a case, it was in Syracuse, back in like, what the fuck year was that? It was like 2014, 2013, 2014. I can't remember what year it was. And it was a homicide. It was a kid, he wound up killing somebody, and it was a gang-related claim. And I remember he went to trial, blue trial. He told on himself, his sisters, cousins, everybody told on him. People at the scene told on him. The police had everything except for the weapon, right? Now, I was doing the appeal. I did his appeal. I did his brief. And while researching his case, like looking up, because I'm trying to figure out how we can get it out of him. Like, I looked at his interrogation and kept him in interrogation maybe 12 hours. They didn't allow him to use the bathroom. He asked for his mother. He asked for attorney. They denied it, of course. They lied and said he didn't ask for any of this stuff. So I made an argument with that. And then I just so happened to just be looking up the judge, right? Just so happened to be looking up the judge. No, excuse me. He said that he made an argument during his sentencing, and I was looking up for that argument. And I just Googled his case and saw that the judge and the DA had a press conference after the fact. It was separate. It wasn't like they were together. The DA said he's stepping down, and it wasn't the head DA, it was the ADA. He stepped down from doing that so he could become the clerk of that judge, the same judge. The process of becoming a clerk, I don't know if there's any attorneys or lawyers or paralegals in this field, people that went to law school in your chat. But the process to become an attorney is a crazy vetting process. Like the judge, they want to make, because you go under a judge and you clerk for them, you get access to all these records. You may be writing opinions for them, all kinds of stuff. So they want to make sure they know who the hell you are. And it's extensive and it takes a while. It's not like you go to a plate of Starbucks and they hire you the next day. It's a very long vetting process. It's like you could try to be a DA or something. And no shade to Starbucks and burgers. Again, I don't want to, But nevertheless, it's a long process. That information wasn't turned over to the defendants. It's a theory, it's a doctrine called the appearance of impropriety. And what that means is the judge cannot in any way appear to have any conflicting connection to anybody in the case. They have to be astronomically neutral. They can't even appear to have it. It's not even just not having a conflict. They can't appear to have a conflict. If it is the case, they do. For example, a lot of these small towns, even in New York, you may have went to law school with a DA or a judge. You may have, clerked with them. They may have worked for you and went and became a judge. Private practice, however you want to slice it. That has to be, conveyed to the opposing party. Even one of my cases, I remember one of the attorneys in my cases was a clerk to a judge of one of my cases. It was a civil rights case. And they had to relay that. In fact, the judge gave the opposing party and even attorneys on my case the opportunity to recuse the judge because of that appearance of impropriety doctrine. Now, when you say this connection with the DA and how they were formerly law partners or however it went, that's only an issue if the opposing party did not know about it legally. Now, obviously, subjectively, the optics, it doesn't look good. But legally, if the opposing party did not know about that, and it did not, and the DA or whomever didn't turn that over to the opposing party, that's an issue. And that's a reversible issue. It doesn't matter what the hell evidence was had on Karmelo Anthony. It doesn't matter any of that stuff. That in itself is an automatic reversal.
Well,
right?
they know
I just wanted
that.
to put that out there. That's one thing. Now, separate and distinct from that.
You can't hear me.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was saying they know that, though, in the Dallas area that they knew each other and worked as prosecutors together. So that's not something that's hidden, which is why I'm confused as to this is the first time that they're on opposite sides on this case. To me, that's a huge conflict of interest because that's your boy. Y'all had a whole law firm together. And it just looks suspect that this is the first time in this case.
So, right, legally, that's not a conflict. It would have been a conflict if, say, for example, while they were partners, this case came up and they were doing something with this case, and the judge then became a judge, or the DA then became a DA, and then that would be a conflict. But after the fact, it's not a conflict. So the only other alternative would be the appearance of impropriety, the appearance of a conflict. And rest assured, it wasn't in public. I'm certain a conversation was had between Karmelo Anthony's defense, as well as the prosecution, as to whether or not this judge should accuse himself. I can't guarantee anything, but I'm highly sure that has happened. Because another thing, a lot of things do happen that never make the docket. A lot of things do happen that you would never get a paper or motion or briefing or anything on. A lot of stuff happens in chambers. A lot of stuff happens through just status conferences and compliance conferences. A lot of stuff is being said in the hallway. So there's a lot of deals that's being made. And when I say deals, I don't mean it in a nefarious, pessimistic way. I'm just saying like to move the case along. Right? So one of the things that I think happens with cases, especially when the public touches it, they don't really know the business behind it. And not to say it so abstract, but a lot of things happen that should happen to move the case along, that if you wait for every single thing to be put on paper, nothing will be moved. And that's just, that makes the function work. That makes it work. It's judicial economy, as David said.
So do you think,
I can't hear you.
can you hear me now? So do you think, can you hear me now? Okay. Let's see, what was my question? I was about to ask you a question. Oh my goodness. Okay, keep talking. It'll come back to me.
So I have like a conflicted opinion with this case. It may not be the popular opinion, it may not be the popular position. And it's simply because, like, I all day, every day, this is what I'm doing. So there's a lot of things that I see or even hear. And that's the limited amount, because I'm not like sitting around researching stuff. I haven't done any live streams or much of anything. Like, of course, I've heard the chatter, I've heard the Charleston White rants, I heard the father rant. I don't know if you covered that, and I apologize if you intend on covering his recent rant on Twitter or whatever social media platform you put on. But nevertheless, you hear all of this stuff, and a lot of it, some of it is satire, some of it is just, someone venting from their frustration. Both the families lost their child relatively, Carmelo Anthony for 30 something years, if he do that amount of time. And then obviously Austin, who just lost his life. But outside of the fodder, outside of the chatter, the stuff that we get interested with, when it comes to what's happening in these courtrooms, like, it really do be airtight. Like, it may not seem so. It may seem like, oh, it's not fair or what have you. It really do be airtight, man. And really, because people spend 10, 20, 30, 40 years in this business, in these positions. This is their livelihood. And it's so easy to lose your license. It's so easy to be disbarred or suspended or what have you. And your entire family is being like, is relying on you to perform and perform to a high level. So a lot of people not really, it's not like the movies, it's not TV where you think it's some big wide range of conspiracies. And then does that happen? I'm sure it happens or what have you. But the rarity of that, and then this being such like an international case at this point, like, now again, it's I believe there is certain appealable issues. I think an argument could be raised on the provocation. I think an argument could be raised on the proportionality of what he did, his acts that subsequently resulted in Austin Metcalf's demise. I also think an argument could be raised as to whether or not his statements when he was arrested were voluntarily. A lot of people, your last chat, or at least the last chat that I was in, I heard people and I read people read, and even you covered that, he was in a Mirandized immediately. And I think a lot of people aren't really familiar with Mirandizing a person, like when a cop actually have to initiate, your Fifth Amendment right to remain silent and all that other stuff. I do think that kid was in custody, and I do think that cop made a statement that would create or elicit an incriminating statement. And those are the only two requirements that you need, that you are entitled to Miranda in. Like, you could, if you burglarizing somebody, you kill somebody, you don't have to be Mirandized. It's only when you're making statements that you have to be Mirandized. That doesn't, again, not being Mirandized doesn't nullify your conviction or nullify your arrest. It just, if you make a statement, then that statement could be suppressed. You still can be prosecuted and all that. You just can't, the statement's used. So I think when a cop grabbed him, right, he was in custody, a reasonable person would believe that he wasn't free to leave. And I also think when a cop asked him, hey, what happened? I think that statement is something to elicit an incriminating statement, right? While arguments were saying that the cop didn't know if it was him or not, so he was, I guess, trying to determine if Carmelo Anthony was in fact that guy. I don't know if that's true or not, but I think an argument could be raised around it. I think that actually weeded out a bit. I think I'm sure they had like a Huntley hearing. A Huntley hearing is what is called to weed out whether or not the statement was constitutionally accepted. So, but I'm sure they had that. But again, I think an argument could be raised there. I truly believe that kid was in custody, and I truly believe that made a statement that was made specifically to elicit a incriminating statement, and then he didn't Mirandarize the kid. And not to mention, the kid was 17 at that time. You know, everybody talking, he's a grown man. He's a child, right? I know people don't think black people could be children. I know people think soon as you have, hair, you're a grown ass man as a black kid, but that kid was a kid, and I believe that cop violated his Fifth Amendment rights. That's just my opinion. So I think an argument can be raised that. I think an argument, perhaps, maybe, if you want to be fancy, make a claim of appearance and propriety. Like I said, I've done it, and I've done it in the past, and I've done it based off of a news blog blurb. The cop, the DA in the case that I was talking about back in 2014 said, "Yeah, I'm gonna become a clerk." That he just made one sentence, and that sentence alone, I was able to get the kid back to get his sentences back to a new trial, but he wound up copping out afterwards to get the 25 to life off his back. But
okay, I have two questions.
It's things that could be argued in appeal. I just think, in my opinion, yeah. I'm sorry.
Okay, so do you think Karmelo has a good chance at an appeal? And then also, do they backdate the docket, or should it be listed as it appears?
I have an echo on my side, and again, I apologize for the delay. I do hear you. Now, I think you asked me, does he have a good chance on appeal? And I think you made mention of the docket. I have no idea what happened with the docket. I wasn't here in your chat when you was talking about that. But as it pertains to his appeal, again, it goes on to what's being raised. I just mentally mentioned his statement, and I mentioned the appearance of impropriety argument, which I think would be kind of a weak argument, the appearance of impropriety. The statement may be weak, but I didn't see any motions. I didn't go into his document to see if anybody actually filed a motion to suppress the statement, right? If that didn't happen, I think a claim for ineffective assistance to counsel could be raised, because that's, that's essentially the case. Him saying, oh, it wasn't, I think he said it wasn't my accident, or I did kill him, but it was something else, some crazy thing he said. So, but that's extremely incriminating, extremely inculpatory. So, again, to answer your question without the long-winded stuff, it really depends upon what his appellate attorney does. What does the record actually reflect? Like when people say appeal, that's such like a vague thing. It's like saying, do you think it's going to rain in the world? like, of course it's gonna rain, but where? So again, it really depends upon what the appellate attorney does or raise.
Okay.
As it pertains to the docket, you have to brief me on it. I have no idea what happened with the docket.
Okay, because I'm gonna show that in a little bit. I'm gonna show one little short video, and then I'm gonna show the docket part. Okay, because I'm gonna show that in a little bit. I'm gonna show one little short video, and then I'm gonna show the docket part. Okay.
You want me to stay on, or what you want me to do?
Oh, you're welcome to stay up.
You want me to stay on, or what you want me to do?
Oh, you're welcome to stay up.
You gotta stop, man, because you all light skinned and stuff.
Yeah, he be up here flirting, even on his own channel. Talking about the ladies in the chat over here too. Okay, so mute. You got to mute though, because I hear myself. Okay, so mute. You got to. Okay, y'all. So what we're going to do now is get into Mr. CKB going to hang out with us. I'm going to pull up Dr. Candace Matthews. Now, she came on that Thursday, and they knew she was coming, okay? She did, just because the trial was over, she did not stop, okay? She had a mission. So during this particular press conference, and it's a short video, she revealed some things about the DA there in Collin County and about this judge, okay? Those things were revealed as well. So let me pull up that video. And she called it a modern day lynching. Okay.
I'm Dr. Candace Matthews. I am the National Minister of Politics for the New Black Panther Nation. And I'm also a national renowned human civil rights activist, advocate, and author. I'm here today because I was summoned by the community. What I've seen in the past week and a half was a new era, real live lynching that happened with Karmelo Anthony. Now, I had a lot of people reaching out to me on social media. I had a lot of people tagging me and everything because I cannot be everywhere at one time. I'm all over the United States.
That's right.
But the thing is that when I seen that they had an actual activist and they had a legal team and they didn't have no black people on the jury, that would not have happened on our watch. I don't understand how that was even able to go further than that.
And let me also say this too. There was some things I believe that the family was caught in the crossfire of some personal things behind the scenes with some people. His mom stated that they were told to go with a white lawyer. I don't know like who suggested that and why did they suggest the Mike Howard lawyer, and being that Toby Shook was also a former prosecutor, how did he end up on the defense side for this particular case when he's usually prosecuting cases with Worski, okay, the other prosecutor? So that was something else that was suspicious. There were no black people on Karmelo Anthony's team. And the activists, y'all, that was supposed to, is that started with them, okay, that was providing the security when he was first released from jail. I thought he was still in the background helping, but I don't even think he was still in the background helping at all. He wasn't even in the courtroom. He admitted all of this on Nick at Night's live the other day. So I don't know what happened with all of that. I guess people are saying get a white attorney because maybe you can work something out and play the game. What you think about that, Mr. CKB? Their decision to go with a white lawyer and they didn't have any black attorneys on the panel or their team, I should say.
I think, hold on, can you hear me? Hopefully you can hear me. This thing is bugging.
Yes.
I'm still trying to figure this out. In any event, I don't think that's like the white black thing has anything to do with anything, to be quite honest with you. Like you have some trash can black lawyers, you have some trash can white lawyers, and whatever other race or ethnicity. I think is really what matters is how prepared the lawyer is, whether or not they're experienced in a particular discipline that they're representing the client in. And that's really what matters. When it comes to criminal law is a really weird niche of the law. It's vast, but it's very weird in the sense that on the criminal defense side, you want to push speedy trial. You want to push, rush the prosecution. Because remember, it's a state. They got $1 billion and hundreds of millions of dollars to kick your head off with. So you want to push them so they aren't prepared, that they got to rush. And remember, they have a whole bunch of other cases they have to also prosecute as well. It's synonymous with the whole Atlanta case with the gang of rappers, where when you look at the case, it appears that the prosecutors was all kind of all over the place. And it's not because they're bad prosecutors. It's really because they were spread thin. They had a whole bunch of other cases together with that big case, right? So that's really like the strategy with a lot of criminal defense attorneys. When the criminal defense attorney would push for speedy trial, but then at the same time, when the criminal defense attorney pushes for trial, they actually got to be ready. I think that's mostly what happened, probably what happened here. Not that this attorney was white, but he probably just wasn't prepared. That he was probably winging it, that as he was going, facts and other information was coming in. I also think at the same time he was campaigning to be this big, powerful attorney to get other cases if any event he win this one. And I also think that the strategy that he instilled of, as you were saying, taking all of these different distractions, quote unquote, away, and not having like a black man or black woman right at that table with him, or not having not being surrounded by faces that looks like Carmelo, that's just probably just a strategic a strategic tactic that went awry. I don't think that's really about his abilities. I just really think his strategy and not being prepared was really more so an issue.
Okay, gotcha.
Because and if I can say one more thing, when a person leaves law school, take the bar, take the bar, pass the bar, and then get admitted, you're equipped to prosecute, to represent anybody, right? Whether it's murder, larceny, whatever it is, you're equipped at that point to represent anybody. Now, obviously, if you don't have the experiences, there's certain things that you may not know or may not foresee or may not be able to anticipate or foresee, same things. But other than that, you have the capabilities. Rest assured. It's just that, in this instant, he probably simply wasn't prepared. And the strategy that he pursued, fell apart.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much. And we have some comments. Protected 91 said, I don't trust Charleston White because I believe they sent him to the Anthony family to be eyes and ears for the enemy. And I was going to come back later about that Charleston White thing because if you're going to do something, just do it. It's becoming like a distraction, if anything. 1 minute he's for it, he's selling t-shirts, Lord. And then now he is backing away from it, saying he doesn't want to be tied to it, kind of throwing shade at the father. So it's a lot of things, to me, in my opinion, that are unnecessary right now during a critical time. Because this appeal, y'all, is critical. They need to get on it with whoever the new team is. I'm hearing of a dream team that they're quoting of 3 lawyers. Maybe 3 lawyers in Dallas, but I don't know if they're officially on as the new defense for his appeal. So people are saying things and so forth, but put it on paper. Let's get the ball rolling. Okay. Yes, I heard that. I heard them say that, and I wonder why, who. Okay. That's why I don't support certain Black businesses. The customer service be horrible, and I can go on and on. Okay. Cardi B is helping him get a new case and a new lawyer. I hope so. I've heard that, but I've also seen that there is an AI video with Cardi B's voice, y'all. So be careful, because people out here saying Boosie said he's going to do something. Be careful of that, because sometimes they're using voices and putting it to AI videos, and people are thinking that they are actually saying these things, okay? And it's not them. Monica said, I think he was well prepared. I believe at the end of the day, they wanted to send Karmelo to prison for the length of time they gave him. Hey, Shelly. Hey, sis. A lot of snake. Wait, what emoji is that? Raccoon? What is that in our community for these clear people? Okay. And shout out to everyone coming on in. Welcome. We have Mr. CKB on the panel with us today, and he is a lawyer and giving us his insight from that perspective as well. Boosie, he gave the money already, Mia? Okay.
I think I can say something about that commenter that said something about they was going to essentially just give him the time that they would give him.
Uh-huh.
So and I apologize, it's a delay. So what I would say about this is that, that may be 100% true. Because, sometimes it doesn't matter what defense you put up. It doesn't matter what glitz, slammers, demonstrative. None of that matters. If a person thinks you did it, you got to convince them otherwise, right? And sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles. Sometimes, you'll see a trial, you'll see the prosecution's case, and you'll be like, well, why is this guy even here? And it's guilty. Conversely, you'll go to trial and you'll see every kind of evidence that you can think about, and a dude walks off. Right? That's just the unfortunate reality of gambling the trials. And both sides have anxiety over it, whether it's prosecution or attorneys. It goes really to the point of there's no such thing as a slam dunk case, because you really never know. And even when you win, you lose, because you could win, but then you go home to a shelter because you didn't blew all of your money, blew all of your family's money, or the community that you live in, you have all of this attention around that. You're pariah. No one wants you around because this that reality too. Like earlier, you touched on the social ramifications that these children that was witnesses or took videos would befall. It's being connected to this. Like these events, these instances are so momentary. It's so limited in time. But the actors itself, this is who they become. This is who they're known for the rest of their life. Like when Karmelo Anthony get out, he's going to be known as the kid that stabbed that guy, right? When these individuals, it's like Lorena Bobbitt. You remember Lorena Bobbitt? No one knows what the hell she's doing today, but we do know what she did, right? So, and it's the unfortunate reality is like when you get caught up in these really perplexing kind of things, these time warps, you can't outlive it, and no one will let you outlive it, right? A lot of these children, they have their whole life ahead of them, and it's really sad to say, but the reality is, like, what about their life when they testify and say, yeah, Karmelo Anthony is grossly innocent? They have that backlash that they got to face. Conversely, the same as they said, Karmelo Anthony did everything that they're claiming that he did, they have the backlash of the Black community or whatever other community that was supporting Karmelo Anthony. So it's a hairy situation when it comes to these. But that commenter, again, I apologize, I didn't catch the name, was 100% right. Like sometimes you just, no matter what you do, the jury is going to find whatever the jury finds.
Exactly. And shout out to Desti for the coffee. Thank you so much for the support and for being a sponsor for today's live. Let's continue.
Should have went to the First Court of Appeals. Then after the First Court of Appeals, then it go to the Fifth Circuit Court. We would have took it all the way to the Supreme Court. That didn't happen. Another thing that I looked at is that we had people here that were paid to be moles to create chaos. See, we used to dealing with that when we on our activism travels across this United States. That would not have happened on our watch. But again, let's be clear, everything happens for a reason. But one thing I want to let the community know, just because I wasn't here doesn't mean I wasn't working. We were working behind the scenes because we knew that this was a setup from the beginning. Yes. We knew that they was going to find him guilty. We didn't know that it was going to be 35 years though, but we knew that it was going to be something that was going to be egregious. Yes. And that's why I want to give a shout out to Charleston White. I want to give a shout out to Brother Cornell X, because all of us got together so we can help this family to be able to get the proper legal team that's needed. And what we do, we're not going to push a legal team on you. We're going to give you the top of the notch, creme de la creme, and you pick who you want to fit for you. Thank you. Yes. Okay? And that is exactly what we're doing right now at this time. Now, we know that they was running everything real quick with this case, because I thought everything was going to be done today. I thought it was going to be done today. It was 2 days ago. And guess what? I couldn't be here for that day because guess what? Because as an activist, when you hold people accountable, they set traps for you. Yeah. I had to be in court for a case that they were trying to set me up on that got dismissed on. Okay? But guess who here today? Yep. Dr. Matthews. Okay? So when you're dealing with a case of this magnitude, you have to have an experienced activist. You have to have an experienced legal team. And that's exactly what we saw, okay? And I'm not trying to step on nobody's toes. It is what it is. Now we are at this point where I seen a DA, I seen a judge, I seen the Metcalf family, I seen my people, and the whole United States seen what happened here. So now where we are is what the next steps. Because see, I'm not going to do no press conference with no rah-rah. I don't have time for that. Now it's about action and plans of action. What I seen was that this young man, I've worked on several cases, criminal cases. I have never seen no inmate that's in a county jail going to TDC the very next day. Normally it takes 30, 60, 90 days before you are able to get on their chain to go to TDC. They hurry up and got this baby out of here. Then another thing that we also seen, that's why I'm bringing this information to you. What we also seen was that they already gave him a public defendant for the appeal. So this is why this is very evident and this is important, why I had to come here, so you don't get no misinformation. So now what's happening is that we have to ensure that there is the right, correct legal team to help in this process, because we can't have no more ball dropping, y'all. We cannot, because we have a young man life that's at stake at this time.
I say something.
Now, I'm not finna get into retrying this case because that happened then. We are here now. We are here dealing with the appeals process. This is what we are. We are, the time clock starts now. The fight starts now. The fight starts now, people. This is not something that we just have to be, no. This is serious. This is serious. And then I want to also say to the very people that would say, well, Dr. Matthews, she's not here. No, baby, you don't know what the hell I was doing. Because at the end of the day, I'm here now. The big dog is here now. And people going to be held accountable in these streets. And one thing that I want to lay out, because I know y'all didn't know nothing about this, since what I was told by some of the court watchers, they would bring information to me and tell me how the DA was talking in that hearing, would tell me how the judge was moving in that hearing, right?
Yeah, you good over here?
Thank you, because I was muted. Okay. Yes, I'm here. Okay, so I was just talking. So the last time I've seen Dominique Alexander, which is the activist that was on their team, was when Karmelo was released on bond, and him and his team were providing like some security, right? Now, I must say, I did not see anything else from them. Okay. I don't know what was taking place behind the scenes, but they were not out talking about what was transpiring, what were next steps and so forth. So that could possibly be who she was referring to. Okay. I don't know. And then the video was at the district level because it happened at the stadium. Some people were able to sign up to go and view that video. And they've been out talking about what happened in the video. However, y'all, they are now shutting that down. People that are signing up to go and view the video, the other video, not the one shown in court, they are blocking it and saying, no, they're not taking any more requests for anyone to come and view that video. And we definitely know they're not going to release it to the public, okay? Because that will contradict the very chain of events that transpired, they were stating inside of the courtroom. It's going to be contradictory to that. So I believe that they're going to have all of that sealed. Okay. I don't think they're going to release it to the public. Let's see. Karmelo had proper upbringing and his life was demonstrating it, but jealousy is cruel as the grave. This community, they moved to where filled with parents like the Metcalfs that neglected their children and their kids. Yeah, their kids. I agree. Definitely agree.
Well, baby, I got some tea on them in the bag of evidence.
If I could add something.
Baby, this is a hammer bag of evidence.
I wanted to add something.
So.
Okay.
Again, apologize for the delay. So what I would add is this. So this doctor, I don't know, Dr. Dominique, I don't know her last name. I apologize. I wasn't paying attention to her. She did make mention that, they, after the conviction, after the sentence, they sent him to the I guess, your equivalent of like state prison. And then they appointed him an appellate attorney immediately, which was a public defender, excuse me. So there is no, so just so you know, and I think this is like in every state, unless it's some provision or policy, there is no like timeline for when an inmate is supposed to be transported from the county jail to the state jail. I think it's really about availability and accessibility as to when they can actually transport them. Also, when it comes to the appointment of an appellate attorney, once you file your notice of appeal and you have noticed the appellate court of said notice of appeals, and then you put forth your affidavit of indigency or informal purpose, the equivalent, and the court grants it, or at least you can demonstrate clearly that you are a poor person, you should get an attorney immediately. It's an expedient thing. It's not like a long drawn out process. Which is shocking because I was under the impression that he paid for this defense attorney, and I was under the impression that he raised money. So I don't really know how, if that is true, how he was able to get a public defender, because they would say that he's not indigent given that he raised money. But again, I don't know. That's the minutia of his particular
That
financial
was
facts,
for
which I
the
don't know anything
appeal
about.
attorney.
But still, in all, like that's not nothing uncommon. Still in all, like, that's not. Say that over, man. I mean, excuse me, Obi. Say that over.
Okay, so the Mike Howard lawyer, that wasn't public defender. The one that he has now that's listed, that's a court appointed appellate attorney.
Right. So typically, when you file your notice of appeal, oftentimes you would also file to the appellate court an application for the appointment of appellate counsel, or appointment of counsel, however the papers are. Within that application, it's a certain set of factors that you have to show that would allow you to get an appellate attorney, because you don't have a constitutional right to an appellate attorney in certain stages. Appellate court, you do. So you have a state constitutional right to appeal, but not a federal constitutional right to appeal. But nevertheless, you have to demonstrate that you're poor. You have to demonstrate that you're indigent. And once you make that demonstration, then they'll appoint you one. What I'm saying here is, if he had private counsel here, a lot of times when you're making that declaration, an affidavit saying that you are indigent or you don't have the monies to afford it, questions like that are typically asked. Well, how are you able to afford this? How, your economic strength, how are you able to do this or that? Whatever debts or whatever you have to illustrate that. Now he's a child. He's a young man now, so he wouldn't have any debts or anything. At least I would hope not. So and also he himself he doesn't have anything. So I would assume that he can afford it, but it's just I don't know how the overlap would be when it comes to when he had a private attorney and then coming to that he has appointed attorney. Either way, it's nothing uncommon of getting appointed attorney. It's nothing uncommon with that fast. So I still have to say, when she's making mention of these different things in like a conspiratorial sense, I don't see how that is, and I think that's wrong. And that really goes back into like the attorney strategy, or a lot of defense attorney strategy. People have like a really warped sense when it comes to how this judicial system works. There's going to be some people who, no matter what you tell them or what you say, it's just they're convinced that the system is against them. They're convinced that everybody's racist, and conversely, people will believe the system is perfect. There's no blemishes, no flaws. If he was found guilty, it's because he did it, and yada yada yada. As a defense attorney, you have to be able to balance how you're going to move this case, how you're going to represent. What effect, if at all, would aligning yourself with these people have on your client? Would it prejudice your client having these people in a courtroom with the jury to look at your client, who appears to be this child, and then having all of these like threatening looking people in a jury, I'm not jury, in the stands, with all sorts of other stuff. And also it's due process rights that both the defendant as well as the state have. When people come for the defendant and then they're riled up, or they have all sorts of stuff that can inflame the process, that can prejudice both the state as well as the defendant. So it's a lot of little things that people are just oblivious to when it comes to this whole thing. And defense attorneys are very, very well aware of this, or at least they should be very well aware of this. And it may not have been, again, to this defense attorney's benefit, he may have believed it wasn't a benefit to Karmelo Anthony to have all of these people just flocking around, right? Again, whether or not it was right is irrelevant. He was found guilty and he was convicted and sentenced. But nevertheless, it's not necessarily this wide range of conspiracies, not necessarily the defense attorney just dropped the ball on everything simply because of one thing or another. So that's kind of what I want you to chime in.
Hold this for me, brother.
Thank you.
See, I ain't come out here to play.
Bring it on.
I came out here since you over here want to call this boy a murderer. Then we're gonna take the covers off you. Ain't no way in hell that you need to be a damn DA with this foolishness. Did you know? Hold this, please.
I got you.
That there is a 75-page federal lawsuit for sexual harassment of the DA that was saying that Karmelo Anthony is a murderer. Well, you need to be a registered sex offender, sucker. Let me read. The pot calling the kettle black cow, but you the whole DA out here. Oh, so you thought y'all was the only one that could go in PACES. And let me explain to you what PACES is. PACES is the database for federal lawsuits. See, we have a research team, baby, that's colder than the media. So let me go ahead and read a little bit of it, show you how disgusting this joke is.
It's serious.
This joker is.
After Jane Doe 1 refused defendant Willis, ain't that his name, Greg Willis? Oh, okay. Advances at the Galveston TDCAA conference, he treated her quite differently in the workplace. He began demeaning and berating her. In one closed door meeting, he told her, "You think like a child and I would treat you like a child." Defendant Willis likely appreciated the gender slurring that is implicit in a male supervisor telling a female employee that she thinks like a child. Oh, wait a minute, it gets better. Hold on. More than once, she tried to break free, but he held her tighter. These physical encounters were unwanted and sexual in nature. Jane Doe 1 eventually put in for a position in the Victim Assistance Division and got it in December 2020. This role put her under the supervision of Chief Prickle. However, the unwanted touches and full frontal hugs with moaning continued. The most recent of the sexualized hugs back in April 2022. We got a damn freak for the DA, but you want to talk about Karmelo Anthony? No, we're gonna talk about you, because if you want to sit up here and go do this rocket docket type case, well, we're gonna rocket docket your ass because you need to be in jail. You do not need to be a DA here. But see, this is what they don't tell you. That's why you got to research your people.
Oh, Lord.
So that's this is like an example of what I'm saying of the criminal defense attorney have to be really, really careful with and knowledgeable of. Simply because we don't know, when you people, and again, I don't think she have any intention on prejudicing Karmelo Anthony. I think this lady believes, and not to say lady, I don't know her name, Dr. Dominique.
No,
I don't think Dr. Dominique believes that she is doing this in any way to harm Karmelo. In fact, I think Dr. Dominique believes that by exposing or otherwise putting this out in public, even though it is a public document, that this would somehow, some way help Carmelo Anthony. And criminal defense attorneys have to be, they're ethically required to be diligent on making sure stuff like this that can distract, confuse, or otherwise create the wrong cloud over your client is suppressed or muffed. Because the idea that you have a person saying, and then let me just finish. The idea you have a person saying that Carmelo Anthony's homicide case is in any way connected to this guy's irrelevant, sexual assault federal case, and whatever district that may have happened is in any way connected. And that alone should be justifiable reasons why I guess he shouldn't be a part of the case, or I guess that should justify Carmelo Anthony to be found not guilty. I don't see the logical connection there. But even more interesting is that she said that she mentioned that maybe this is the third time she mentioned this whole rocket docket, this expediency thing. And I don't think she realized that that's something that Carmelo Anthony's team did. Like, the prosecutors is never pushing to go to trial immediately. They never want to do that unless it's like one of those like cases where they believe they have every single thing. Like, it's one of those circumstances. Otherwise, like, I would never, like, it's always the defense attorneys file for motion for speedy trial. That's a defense strategy. That's what you think the tactic. That's something that defense attorney, Candace Matthews, I apologize. I keep saying Dominique. I don't know why I keep saying that. Candace Matthews. But that's a strategic defense tactic. And that's solely to frustrate the prosecution from being able to build a case. Because when a prosecutor put on a case, everything has to be right. Whether it's the weapon used, how it was discovered, how it was recovered, the chain of events, the chain of transaction of holding that weapon, the witnesses, the availabilities, all of that stuff, the forensic pathologists, whatever experts they're going to use, whatever credibility witnesses they're going to have, all of that stuff have to be worked out and have to be to the nose, because people availabilities, their schedules change, or people at times will forget, right? So they and then remember, the burden is always on a prosecutor, so they have to have it right the first time. Otherwise, they likely may miss the chance, or they likely may get acquittal because they didn't have a comprehensive case put on. So when she say this, when Dr. Matthews say this, it's like, I don't know if she's aware of these factors of that was a defense strategy, or this federal lawsuit has nothing to do with the Carmelo Anthony case. In fact, it detracts from it. Like, I don't know. It just was bizarre to me.
Okay, so I'm gonna disagree. And the reason I disagree is I feel that it brings awareness to the people, the players that are in position, that have these things that are out there. One should have been registered as an ex-offender, okay? Allegedly, according to the paperwork. You have a whole judge that's on a website where they are exposing judges with, I'm gonna say, allegedly child abuse charges, okay? Those things, because these are people who are operating in these cases, need to bring awareness, because the people are voting these people in. She's trying to show who y'all have handling these cases. Okay, and I'm glad that she brought up some of that, because I didn't even know the situation with the judge. And I looked it up for myself on their website. His name is on there. Now, if it's wrong, he needs to hurry up in a hurry, find out how his name got on there, okay, and get it removed. But I feel that it is important to know who's trying these cases, who has relationships, partnerships, because it shows conflicts of interest that people that don't know that area or don't know these people may miss. And some of this stuff, I feel, was set up in the beginning to have these players in position, not trying to have like a whole conspiracy or nothing like that. We're just laying out who's who, and she's adding that with more proof and things of what they've done. Let's see. Stephanie said it's not irrelevant. It's urgent that correction is made. Everything that has
correction is made. Everything that has
that's all any of this is about. Karen said this brings awareness to their actions that they are doing, and also what they've did in the past. That the people should know the people they have in office. Right, I agree with that. We must not allow this injustice system to railroad this innocent man, Karmelo Anthony, to be railroaded to 35 years for self-defense, evidence not released to prove he was bullied and jumped on. And then also, I feel that it was something else you said, Mr. CKB, about the speedy trial part. Yes, speedy trial to get to a trial, but I don't think it means speedy trial to speed through the trial as fast as they did this, because clearly they sped through this thing. Okay. So that was what I was talking about on that part with the speedy trial. You can go ahead.
So let me if I could interject just briefly. So when it comes to just like, I'm gonna kind of go in a chronological order of what you said. The lawsuit, that lawsuit that she's reading off of, is just a lawsuit. It's no different than an indictment. It's an allegation. The what should be read is either the summary judgment decision finding that actor liable for the whatever it is, or a jury verdict's decision finding him liable for whatever the sexual assault is. That's what should be read, not some lawsuit, because a person could put anything in a lawsuit, literally anything in a lawsuit. Not to mention, we don't know who wrote the lawsuit, if it was done by attorneys, if it was done pro se, all of that stuff matters. As it pertains to the judge, I would tell you this. Again, it's like, because I'm trying to keep it as neutral as possibly without being too much of a devil's advocate. But what I would say is this: if the judge was a registered or convicted sex offender, rest assured he will not be a judge. Rest assured. Anybody could be put on a website of any website, and then it's this these days, because it's so easy to create stuff with AI and all these different things. Like I wouldn't really put too much stock in this. However, I do agree with you when it comes to awareness. I think the more people are aware, the more informed they are when it comes to voting, the more prevalent they will be in their the voting system to put these people in office. Because I think a lot of times, and not to deflect or move away from the conversations, when it comes to voting, we only think about the presidents and the governors. We don't ever think about the judges, the DA, the sheriff. So when you have, information out like this that Ms. Matthews is putting out, it's very important. And I agree from that perspective. But as it pertains to this case, it has absolutely nothing to do with it. It really doesn't. And when it comes to a trial, and you have a jury trial, even a drug trial for that matter, is the reason why they have these long-winded questionnaires, is the reason why they have voir dires where they're asking questions, the reason why they will strike you for cause, is because of all of this fluff that's happening outside. They want to make sure that you're truly neutral. You don't know none of these parties. You have no connection to any of these parties. You really don't know what's going on with the facts. They want you to be like a clean slate. Even though most of them lying, they really want you to be a clean slate. So for you to have read a lawsuit of one of these actors being accused of a crime like that, depending upon how you see stuff, could very well inflame you, and it could very well render you biased. So, the question is whether or not this guy killed him, and then if so, did he do it or something? That's the only. It's not about whether or not this DA or Joe Blow is a sex offender. Like, that has really nothing to do with anything. Which are two arguments: public awareness of just general awareness on who to elect, or jury awareness of these actors as it pertains to this trial. Those are two arguments. And lastly, for it to be fast, it was, it's kind of like this TV thing that I think a lot of people are caught up with the TV. That they were looking for something sensational. They're looking for something drawn out, a movie. Like, trials happen really quick, right? It really depends upon the witnesses. It really depends upon the facts. And also depends upon what the defense do with said witnesses and those facts. In this case, I don't know, because I didn't read the transcripts and I obviously didn't see what happened in the trial. It doesn't appear that the defense did a lot, right? Now, Some would say he could have done more. Some would say he could have called more witnesses. Some would say he could have tried to convince Carmelo Anthony to get on the stand because that's Carmelo Anthony's an absolute right, whether or not the defense attorney wanted to do it or not. But again, that goes into the strategies or what have you. Like that's like an attorney thing, more and less about like so who's the sex offender or who's on some website. So it's like I try to look at this, I try to come to these different points or even stories, these sensationalized, social media stories, truly as neutral, truly as objective, and not trying to get caught up in the weeds. Because again, like I'm a black man, like I don't want to hear or see of some kid, black boy at that, getting found guilty of murder and getting sent away for essentially the rest of his life or the prime years of his life. I don't want to see that. Of course, I'm gonna feel inflamed that he's in Texas. And in my mind, I have this simply because I'm from New York and simply because of the propaganda that was pushed. Everybody in Texas is racist. Of course, I'm gonna have all of that in my mind. But the lawyer in me have to look at it objectively. And even just the human being, the man in me have to look at it from the factual objectivity of it and not more so get inflamed or how I may feel about the process of it. Hope that makes sense.
Okay, so while we're on this point, y'all, I'm gonna come back to this video because I wanted to show y'all something. Let me make it bigger. Okay, let me share this. All right, so I wanted us to, let me see if it's big enough on here. Let me move the comment. Okay, so let's look at this this docket right quick. Okay, so notice here, y'all, this is between Karmelo and the state of Texas on the right. Now, the lead attorney as of right now, like I said, his family gets another lawyer that will be replaced, but her name is Laura Bracamonte Davila. It shows court appointed, and Greg Willis is the one that Dr. Candace Matthews was just referring to. Okay, he's the DA over this, that was over this case. So then over here, it shows he was charged with murder, first degree felony. Okay, now here it lists out the things that transpired over the course of this particular year. I hope it's big enough for y'all to see it. Okay, now I showed y'all earlier screenshots of the lack of information that was input into this docket. It was very skeletal. Okay, a lot was not done. Now I don't know if it's possible to now after the trial they went back and they backdated some things, but it did not show it this way the other day. Okay, they added a lot of this. Okay, so notice here back on April the 2nd, they had the whole arrest. They had the arrest fee on site, the sheriff's department. That's when they pay and all of that. Then they had the letter of representation, April 7th. Approved bond by the sheriff was April the 15th. This was all last year when all of this was filed. June 25th of last year, the order to redact was submitted. Let's see here. I'm kind of looking through some that would be important. Now, here, June 25th, letter of representation. This kind of goes to Mr. CKB was talking about as well. And this is why some people are probably saying that he had a court appointed, because at first it does show June 25th, the how do I say indigent? How do I say it? I can't say indigent packet. I think that's how you say it. How do I?
Indigence.
Okay, indigent. Thank you. Okay, indigent packet attorney appointment eligible. Okay, that was back on June 25th of last year. Then on June 26th, he had a notice to appear issued. Now, based off of this, it did look like his lawyer was a court appointed lawyer. Am I correct, Mr. CKB?
Not necessarily. So once you file your once you apply for an appointment of counsel,
Mm-hmm.
so you probably, I'm gonna say it like this. Hold on, I gotta mute this shit. So you probably look at it like this. I'm sure you've seen, you probably seen on certain YouTube channels of a courtrooms, like whether it's a family court thing or whatever kind of court thing. And let's just say it's an issue with the attorney. Like, for example, a lot of times you see with these sovereign citizen people. And the judge would just look in the pews and say, hey, such and such, yeah, I need you to come over and represent me. It'd be like that.
Oh, wow.
Just like that. Because a lot of these attorneys, a lot of these appointed attorneys, they're on a panel, right? In New York, you have the Legal Aid Society, you have this thing called ATB panel, and you also, for feds, you have CJA. And these are just a lot of attorneys, whether they're private attorney doing their own thing, and they're on panels to assist the state if any event somebody is injured and can't afford an attorney, that they would take on that task. And those attorneys are like sharks. They just sit around in the courtroom waiting to get a job. Like, that's how it's like cab drivers standing around an airport waiting for somebody to come out so they can, hey, you need a cab. That's how these attorneys are. Then there's no shade to them. Like, shit, if I was a criminal, that's what I'll be doing. Right? I don't be criminal law though. But nevertheless, it's really simple and easy like that. So it's not necessarily that they was appointed immediately or this guy was the attorney that was appointed, but that what that just shows is that they filed it. The question is, was it approved? Right now I was kind of glossing down to see if it was approved. I don't see it anywhere, but it probably was approved. So if that is your question, glossing.
Okay, thank you. Then on June 26th, there was a notice to appear issued. So then on the 26th, also showing the defense application for subpoenas. There were 4. As we can tell, also on the 26th, subpoenas were issued to Frisco ISD. Okay, 4 different ones. But then if you look over here to the right, it says that those 4 subpoenas were unserved. Okay. Then on June 30th, now remember, keep in mind, the school district has access to the other videos that people were going to view. And that shows a different chain of events than what was shown in the courtroom to the jury. Okay. Then there's another letter of representation, June 30th. July 18th last year, docket control, no appearances required. And it has Judicial Officer Roach, John R. Jr. That's the judge. Attorney appearance only. Now, July 28th, this is what I was talking about yesterday. A gag order was put into place. It was an order for a gag order, I should say. Let me say it that way. So it was an order for a gag order. I guess that's on everyone who's a part of this. They also submitted to have a motion for a protective order regarding FERPA protected information. And that's pretty much like school record information. That could be why they did not bring up any of the children's information, any of the suspensions, those things. The parents have to sign off on that unless the court requires them to give out that information. But it appears as though there was a motion for a protective order regarding those school records. Is that correct, Mr. CKB? Is he still
My bad. I don't want to say yay or nay because it just says hold on, let me this. It just has like the so it has what the docket. So, all right, the way I see this docket is different from the way you see this docket.
Okay.
So, and I hate to be so fucking long winded with this shit and just answer your goddamn question, but I think it makes sense to explain some of this stuff. So, when a person submits something on the docket, a lot of times this stuff is electronically filed. For the most part, at least in New York, as of 2016, everything had to be filed electronically. I would assume it's the same in Texas. When a person submits something, like for example, you see when you look all the way at the top, it says subpoena. When you're submitting that document, subpoena Frisco ISD, the title, the entry, the item that you're selected literally says subpoena. But so a person that's reading this, like, and I don't mean public people, I mean like legal people, when they're reading this, that person that's submitting that would type in Frisco ISD. That way, whomever reads this without having to open up the document, they know exactly what that is. Now, going to answer your questions specifically, motion, order granted, those are entries to that, and it kind of the person that typed that in, like it was the person that submitted this that e-filed this, they literally typed motion to withdraw, motion for protected order, and so forth and so on. I have no idea what's in those papers. Because that's like, you would have to click it, you would have to open it up, and then you would have to read exactly what whomever said, whatever they said, to make a determination as, okay, so this is what this is. Like, for example, gag order. To who? Who's gagged? I do know Jeff, the father, was saying that he was gagged, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's just him. It could be to media, it could be to everyone but attorneys. It could mean a multitude of things, right? So it's hard to just, simply look at these items and then look at these descriptions and say, oh yeah, that's what it is. You gotta like open it up to get a definitive understanding. Even Frisco ISD, Frisco Police Department, the subpoena who? And then a lot of times when you subpoena, like for example, these municipalities, you're simply asking for records for the most part. It's not necessarily to a person, but then at the same time, depending upon the individual that uploaded, it could be very well to a person. Because I do, it's the whole video thing is flirting around. The whole, just school records is flirting around. Who knows what this stuff may be, right? So you would have to like open this stuff up to be able to look at it to say, okay, this is what they're talking about. Otherwise, it's like, you're guessing, so to speak. And again, I hate to be long-winded. Apologies.
Oh no, you're good. No, it still tells a story though. I mean, we know we can't go into details. You can't click on the links, but it tells a story, especially when there were certain things that were not allowed inside of the courtroom. Then you have, like you said, the father, he said there was a gag order. Well, the gag order was on him. We can't really say for sure who else, but we do know gag orders were put into place. We do know at some point they were trying to subpoena the school district. We know that the school district has access to the other video that has other people have been seeing. So if there were subpoenas being issued, although we don't know specific people, we can't see all of that information, I still believe some of this and the lack of, because a lot of this was not in there a few days ago. I did screenshots. They just went back and updated this and backdated a lot of information. It does show their intent to have records sealed at the end of this. If we scroll down, it showed the new court appointed when they appointed the new appellate lawyer. So although it's not going to give us completely everything, it does kind of give an outline. This is kind of like, in my opinion, an outline version, because I know your lawyer brain, you want to go in and look at everything and see who it was and all that. We can't see that, but it still tells a story, in my opinion, of some things that were happening or not, if that makes sense.
But I would say this though, like I would say this. Listen, I would say that hold on, let me mute this. I would say that this isn't uncommon. When you say backdated, it's nothing that's backdated. It's just that, so the person that, so all right, fuck, I hate
it
to
wasn't
be so
there, and then now they put,
when you upload this stuff,
they put it in there.
It immediately pops up. At least it should immediately pops up. But it's always a court clerk that screens it. to make sure that what you're submitting is in fact what you're submitting. Like, for example, if you put in a proposed order, you're not going to do it in motion. If you're putting in a motion, then you're not going to do it in letter of representation, right? You're going to put it in a right entry. So a court clerk is supposed to screen this stuff. And then there's a lot of things that's submitted in paper. Because for the most part, when you're subpoenaing things, a lot of times it'd be sensitive information on it. It may be somebody's date of birth. It may be the last 4 digits of a social security. It may be somebody's address that they didn't redact, or they didn't know how to redact, or didn't know to redact. So they may just file it in, mail it in, right? That whereas the court clerk would then get it and then would then have to later upload it, right? So anyway, I make that distinction because I just want to clarify the idea of it being like some sort of nefarious kind of thing, like, oh, they were just holding this away from us, and then they want to do this to cover their tail. That's a court clerk that's doing that. Somebody has literally nothing to do with this. Is like their function out of your job. It's like a court reporter or the security guard of the courthouse. Like, they have absolutely nothing to do with any of this is just their function. So I just say that to say, just so it could be clear that while it may be some, BS going on, but oftentimes it's not when it comes to this type of stuff.
Well, I disagree, Mr. CKB. Y'all, we disagree a lot, even on his channel. Okay, on some stuff. I disagree. I feel like when it's saying unserved and it never showed that the district was served, and we can see that clearly because they never showed up in the trial. So if we see on here that there were subpoenas being sent out and it's saying unserved, to me, that explains certain things. Like, that explains why there was not a person there, okay, on the defense side that was from the district. Who was subpoenaed from the Frisco Police Department, okay, is showing unserved. So certain things I still don't understand why.
So what unserved simply means is when you serve, all right, so a subpoena, so when you send a subpoena, like, let me ask you, have you ever been subpoenaed to appear anywhere?
No.
That's a better question first.
Mm-mm.
All right. So when I, like, let's just say if I'm suing you, not me, but my client is suing you for whatever reason, or suing somebody that and we believe you to be a witness, that you have nothing to do with this case, you just happen to be a witness. I would subpoena you, right? I will file a notice to depose you or whatever, and then also attach a subpoena to that. This is what I will file. I then have to serve you with this, like literally find a process server or sheriff or Joe Blow to hand you these documents. And then once they hand it to you, they have to draft up an affidavit. And then after they draft this affidavit up and sign it, saying that they're 18 years of age and they're a person of suitable age and discretion, I have to then file that in the court, then it's served. So when it says unserved, that's all that means is they served it, but it was no affidavit attached to it. It was nothing to signify that this document that's being filed on this e-filing system has actually reached the individuals that they're looking to subpoena. That's all that literally means. But again, remember, I'm really speaking from the purview of New York and not Texas. But in New York and New Jersey and all the districts that I do any sort of legal work in, that's how it works. Maybe in Texas it's different, but really that's all it really is.
Okay. And then here, April 16, it shows order regulating trial proceedings, media access, security, and courtroom decorum. We know that happened, okay, back in April. That's when we found out about the judge not allowing media to be, a lot of media to be in there. They weren't going to have cameras. They weren't going to have audio. And so all of that is showing here as when he submitted that order. That's when a lot of that took place in April. Then they went and just back. All of this here was not there the other day. Defense application for subpoena, all of these subpoenas. Look at this. They're just adding subpoena. You can't click on nothing. You can't see anything, right? Now, here on on May the 12th of this year, correspondence, it says supplemental notice of media attendance and requests for post-trial exhibits. Okay. Then there was a request submitted for disclosure of experts, the state's disclosure of expert witnesses. Then May 12th, state's response to defense requests for witness lists. Okay. And the defense, they had a witness list, but where were all of their witnesses? They only pulled up a couple of people. And then they had allegedly, I think, wanted to pull up Hunter, but that didn't happen because they said that Hunter was not available. Okay, so it's a lot of things that we're seeing on here that they are adding. They went back and added a lot of this stuff that pretty much did not happen even in court. So that's questionable in itself. Like, where are all of the, all the other things? Then here, June 1st, okay, shows when the jury trial started. Okay. Now notice they put an entry for everything. Okay. They have the jury was chosen June 1st. The jury panel list received June 2nd. June 3rd, the jury panel was seated. Okay, jury selected. June 4th, defendant pleads not guilty. The jury was sworn in, opening statements begun. June 4th, the opening statements concluded. State's witness testimony has begun. See how quick this was going? Then they have like the state's witness testimony continued June 5th. State's witness testimony continued June 6th. Then on June 6th, the state rested. Defense asked the court for a directed verdict. The court has denied the request. Defense witness testimony has begun. Notice they started putting more details during the trial than before. Okay. They started adding in a couple of more sentences. June 8th, defense witness testimony continued. And then June 8th, they rested their case. June 9th, the guilt innocence jury charge was read aloud to the jury. Closing arguments have begun. June 9th, the closing arguments concluded, and the jury was sent to deliberate. Also on June 9th, there was a jury verdict, guilty of murder. June 9th, the punishment phase of trial has begun. Same day. State rests its case and punishment. Defense witness testimony has begun with his mom. And then June 9th, defense witness testimony concluded, defense rests. Also on June 9th, punishment jury charge read aloud to the jury. Closing statements have begun. June 9th, the closing statements concluded, and then the jury was sent to deliberate. On June 9th, the jury punishment verdict, 35 years confinement in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. Court sentences the defendant to 35 years.
Hey, quick question. What witnesses did he call for the to the stand for the defense attorney? Who did he call to testify?
It was, oh my gosh, who was it, y'all? It was, I'm trying to think, someone named Bo. Oh my gosh, I'll have to go back and look at my notes. It was 2 witnesses. If someone remembers, y'all let me know. It should have been easy to remember because
so the better question would be then is what relevancy did they have? Like, were there people that witnessed it, or was it character witnesses? I mean, witnesses, or like what role did they actually play? Substantive role.
I believe more so character witnesses. Let me go back and look right quick. Because now my brain, it just all went so fast. Let me look. That day, so I'm trying to remember what all the things.
It's all good. I just was curious. Yeah, I didn't.
I'm looking.
I wish I would have followed this a little bit more because I probably would have done some type of real content on this. But I just was kind of like following you and the ladies. So, you know me.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, it's all good. I don't want to distract. You continue.
Okay, hold on. I'm almost there. Okay, so one witness was a PD detective named Bo Riley, and he was from the Crimes Against Children
Unit. 91.
Huh? Okay, he was called out to the stadium on the day of the stabbing and interviewed some of the witnesses in the field house near the football field. So one of the witnesses was a memorial track athlete who knew Karmelo Anthony and talked to him under the tent. So he reviewed the student's cell phone to check his camera roll, text messages, and Snapchat account. And so he called the search through the phone thorough. He kind of told about, what he saw there. And then he said that he confirmed that Carmelo's knife was legal to carry in Texas into stadiums. And then their other witness was a 17-year-old student at Frisco High School who was at the track meet. And so the witness said he was standing by the gates of Cockendale Stadium, but he had a limited view of the commotion in the bleachers. And so, to be honest, he really, because when they did cross-examination from the prosecution, he admitted that he does not remember all of the details from that day and that his memory did not fully line up with the video evidence that they submitted in court. So really that witness was shot down. Okay, it wasn't, he only had those two. He had no one speaking up for his character or that could really tell what happened with those two witnesses that they called.
I apologize for interjecting, but I think, and a lot of defense attorneys do this, and I don't want to say it because it sounds crazy to say, but a lot of defense attorneys rely on a prosecution's case to represent their defendants. And what that means is the prosecution is going to call all of these different witnesses. Because again, the burden is on the prosecution to prove the person is guilty on a reasonable doubt. So the prosecution call a cop, a witness, the victim, and so forth. The defense would then cross-examine them and try to trip them up, impeach them with whatever, show that their facts are inconsistent, or break down the case however they can, and then push until that end. And then when it comes time to the defense resting and they move for directed verdict, which majority of times 99.99999 you are the father times is denied, they then put on a case. Now, because they've cross-examined all of these witnesses, is a thing called something is cumulative, whereas they can't bring on a witness that's going to say the same thing that some other witnesses said, because then that kind of elongates the trial, and then the judge would say that's cumulative. That's cumulative testimony, which is impermissible. So they may have one or two witnesses. And I think that's likely what happened in this case, right? Whereas when you look at another, popular trial, or even when you look at Diddy trial, not to bring him in, but he only had two witnesses, right? And then the reason why he only had two witnesses because the defense attorneys, even in Diddy case, with the $500 million dream team, they used majority of their time breaking down the witnesses in that case. Obviously, it's grossly different facts, but same scenario, same strategy. And that's probably why that happened there. And again, in Diddy case, Diddy didn't testify. So I think this particular defense attorney probably had that very same idea and hope that his cross-examination would be just as effective to nullify whatever it is that these people were saying, to show that they're inconsistent, to show, whatever they're saying does not detract or take away from the idea that this guy was defending himself, and believe that he did a sufficient amount of job to get a acquittal. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I can agree with that, but they didn't do a cross-examination, the defense, to a lot of, the prosecutor's witnesses, even when there were inconsistencies. So they didn't even do a lot of that, in my opinion. And then y'all, just to kind of go through this last little part, notice here at the end, okay, it shows that there is an order that was put into place, okay, for this to be sealed. That was on June the 11th. Now, it doesn't show if it was granted, but anyone that wants to order like public records, if it's sealed, we're not going to be able to get it. Just like the video. They have now shut that down, where a lot of people that wanted to watch the video are not able to watch the video now. They pretty much shut that down. So what are y'all hiding? Okay. This also shows that Karmelo, there were two, let's see here. It was one lawyer. Okay. June 10th, there was one attorney appointed eligible, Donnie Perales. Okay. But then after that, y'all, it changed to this other lady, Laura Bracamonte Davila, and she's the one that's currently showing up here at the top. So until I know we have people who are saying that they're going to be on this dream team of lawyers, their names are not on here yet. Okay. So as of now, that is the court appointed lawyer, Laura Bracamonte Davila. Okay. So yes, it definitely shows that some things were not done. Okay. It shows that some subpoenas were issued, but for whatever reason, it wasn't received. We may not can see to who or what they, lacked in that affidavit or whatever. But we also noticed they didn't show up. So none of these people on the defense side showed up to court on behalf of Karmelo Anthony, which is so sad. Okay, especially if you're from a school district and you could potentially have video evidence that could help clear him and show that this was indeed self-defense. If you have multiple boys on you and bigger than you, chasing you, okay, attacking you, then that shows self-defense. Turn it off. Okay. Let's call God to the witness stand. He never sleeps or slumbers. Come on now. DA, we're not defending Karmelo Anthony. No. You mean the DA or they? Because the DA not going to defend him. He's trying to get him. He on the prosecutor side. If they get to watch the video, turn your phone onto video so you all have it as proof of what they did to Karmelo. Word of advice. Well, Candy Girl Pink, they could not record. That was stated there. And someone tried to use the meta glasses, and allegedly they kicked that person out. That was according to one of the men that went in to see the video. So they are on to the new meta glasses and all of that as well. She said, I heard my name being called. I would be changing my handle again. Uh-oh, they've been on to you? Oh no. Hey, Black Butterfly, welcome. Let's see, subpoena. What's subpoena? I never got a subpoena. Look, how you sending something big and you on the panel? Okay. Shout out to Mr. CKB. Okay, for the super chat. He's trying to hold his little what is it, the recognition here at the open book for sending the top supers ever to my channel. He's been a little higher than this, I think. But he says, OB for governor, day 1, pardon Karmelo Anthony, day 2, agree with everything Mr. CKB says. Okay, shout out to you. Thank you so much. What you got to say up here?
Like, I think hold on, let me move this. A lot of the stuff that you are saying is definitely on point. It's just that, I wish more people would get invested in like how the judicial process works and how things actually unfold, because it will open your eyes to, first of all, it would the whole conspiracies and everything is out to get everybody, and that would be eradicated. Now again, it happens. Like you're never going to get away from prejudice. You're never going to get away from racism. You're never going to get away from discrimination. That's always going to happen. But it's because there's so many different actors that have prominent positions that it's so hard to amass conspiracy. Sometimes it's just you just have that kind of jury, right? Like I'm probably one of the only lawyers on social media that believe Diddy was guilty of all the fucking shit that he was accused of. And that's not because I have anything for him. Again, I'm a black guy. But the last thing I want to do is see another black man in prison, but just how the facts laid out. The witnesses, the victims, regardless of however you may think about them, specifically said Diddy did this, Diddy did that, Diddy did this, Diddy did that. Notwithstanding whatever consistency or notwithstanding what role they played. They were not on trial. They were not co-defendants. they were purported victims that was accusing Diddy of committing these crimes. I'm of the position that he did commit those crimes. However, the jury felt otherwise. And sometimes you're just gonna get that. In this case, the jury felt that the guy murdered Austin Metcalf, and he did it with without self-defense. Like it was no self-defense thing. Right. And it's just how the cookie crumble. It's not a mass conspiracy. It's not, some court reporter or some court clerk holding stuff. Like sometimes it's really that streamlined. And now if people had more access, or perhaps maybe they knew attorneys or paralegals or whatever, and had like some real interaction, some real conversations, and it will open your eyes to a lot. And unfortunately, like a lot of people are really stuck in this TV land where they believe whatever they believe. That's my take.
Thank you, Mr. CKB. I appreciate you. I really do. Thank you so much. And hey, y'all can vote for me for governor because we're trying to get the one out here in Texas out of office. He's been in there forever. Okay. Right Sound Studio, shout out to you, said, but wooden cameras in the courtroom, but the first step to learning the process and transparency. And then when you brought up Diddy's case, I did forget that they did not have cameras in the courtroom for Diddy's case. I forgot about that. So yeah, that was another high profile case that they did not allow video, cell phones. Now they had more content creators that were inside of the courtroom that were out reporting during that time with the Diddy case. Stephanie said, come on now, we have people out here running the streets who have murdered and are still waiting for a case to come up. But this child...
That's only, and I apologize for interjecting, but in the feds, you can't bring that.
Oh, okay.
Like you can't bring there is no cameras in any federal case, whether it's high profile or not. That's just the rules of federal court, the rules of federal rules of civil procedures. But in this state of Texas, and if you check your DM and your Instagram DM, I DM'd you the rules for media coverage that judges are governed by. It's on the judge's discretion whether or not they allow media to come in, how much media they can limit it, they can whatever they can do, kind of whatever. And that's like every state has its own media coverage and use of recording devices rule and regulation. Every state has it, and which is a benefit because as I was just saying earlier, of people being having access to this stuff and being aware and being like involved in the actual judicial system and process, as opposed to the media and the social media aspect of it. It would give you a better vantage on what's actually happened, what's actually occurring. So if that makes sense.
Okay, I agree with that. And I forgot about the federal part to that. You're right. Let's see here. And so, Stephanie, I agree with that. It's not about race. Yeah, they're saying that, but there are other cases. They sped this process up. I hope that they speed up the appeal part the way they sped up this case. Okay, and got him in there within a year. It took a year for the actual case to come. Also, come through protecting 91 in the building. Okay. She said we can't be sold. Open book. Detectives, let's get it. We're not afraid to put our money for justice for Karmelo, Kendrick, and their families deserve the truth. You better come through. Shout out to Protecting 91. She's trying to give Mr. CKB a run for his money on that top spot. She coming for spot number 1. I'm playing. I'm definitely playing. Okay. Thank you, sis. God bless y'all. This is such a blessing. Thank you so much. And just for your support, sis. You're everywhere in all of my lives and my chats. I really appreciate it. Candy Girl Pink said, of course, it judge discretion. Wait a minute. He's a roach. Okay. He's hiding what happened in the dark corners of his courtroom. Exactly. I definitely agree with that. Hey, Tabitha, welcome. And as y'all can see, I put this as the tragic gameplay of the Carmelo Anthony trial. I feel that, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, it was a setup from the beginning. when this happened, cell phone footage, okay, was taken. I feel that it was taken when they picked up those kids' phones, okay. Now all of a sudden, y'all know how kids record fights. I see it every day in schools, okay. They're recording fights. Now all of a sudden is no footage of anything. And the one main footage that people have been seeing that shows the whole chain of events is being blocked, where people can no longer go to view it. Okay. Then also trying to discredit Karmelo and his family. In the beginning, they were putting out lies saying that Karmelo had been suspended for a knife situation before, and that was not true. Okay. They were having death threats for this family, trying to make him look aggressive. Because y'all, when people can't get you with the truth, they'll try to add in some stuff to make things look like a lie. He came from a two-parent home. They had money prior to the GoFundMe because they would not have been able to live in that area. Good jobs, cars, well-dressed, on the same teams as these other boys. But it was already, let's come out, get ahead of the story. You saw Hunter, he was doing 2 interviews, but then couldn't come into the courtroom to testify. Okay, he knew that his stories were not going to match. He shouldn't have came out in the beginning with his story. Okay, he should have just been quiet back then. Then the lawyers, we talked about how these lawyers were connected. Toby Shook was on the defense side this particular time, him and Mike Howard, and we don't know who selected Mike Howard. And y'all, as I think about it, now Dominique Alexander was the activist who was helping the family at first. Now, I don't know if y'all remember, and I did a video recently, we were talking about, is this lawyer ready, right? During that press conference, when he first came out, Dominique Alexander was on side of him. And one of the reporters asked him, well, how were you selected for this case? Did y'all notice, now thinking back in hindsight, Dominique Alexander was kind of whispering to him, hey, you don't have to tell him that. I was wondering, why was he saying that? So it was even more to the story, even back then, of how these lawyers were selected. And I found it odd, not to Mr. CKB trying to hold me accountable to this, but hey, I just find it odd that this is the first case, y'all, where that defense attorney Shook is on the opposite side of the table when he's usually a prosecutor with Worski, which was one of the prosecutors. Okay, so that is something else to think about. Let's see. Stephanie said, it's not hard to move around a system created by them. Daddy was a chosen token for them. That's why it worked the way it did. The system is convoluted. Okay. Shout out to Protector 91. She said, OB 10 toes down for the truth. Come on now. Let's come on through. Jeff Metcalf needs to put Hunter on trial. Hunter's own statement to news. Yeah, he was involved in it. Exactly. Then we have these subpoenas, magical subpoenas that went out. We don't know the full details of it. However, we see that they weren't served. The people never showed up. Okay. We still don't know who was on the actual witness list for the defense. How many, because the family, or I think Dominique stated that they had even expert witnesses on the list, but they were never called. Okay. So how come? We've never heard anything about why these witnesses were not called up there. Okay, you have a blurry video being shown in court. Then you have a clear video that was never shown to the court, to the jury. How differently could this case have gone, this trial have gone, if that video had been subpoenaed and shown inside of the court? You could jump in at any time, Mr. CKB. Media is not permitted to have recording devices, yes, but they made certain to keep out the media they didn't want in there. They did that and did it well. Right, Stephanie?
I'm listening. Again, I have my position. It's I don't necessarily get caught up in the social media aspect of it in terms of the process that occurs throughout the course of a court proceeding or a case, because there's so many different things, so many nuances that happen that just because this is when you don't do it, you really wouldn't know about it, and it would rub you the wrong way as to things, especially when you're emotionally attached. Not you specifically, but generally speaking, when a person has an emotional connection to the parties, right? Even I have emotional connection. Remember, it's a black boy. An idea of another black boy being convicted of a crime and being sent away for the rest, essentially for the rest of his life is never something that I want to see, regardless of what he's accused of doing. So but listen, we all have our own opinions and our own experiences, and the way we interpret and process information is just that. So I'm accepting everything that you're saying, and of course it's just have the position that I have.
Thank you. No, and I appreciate that. I don't want anyone to just agree with everything I say, and I respect that in you, because even on your platform, when I come over there, we disagree sometimes, we agree sometimes. So thank you for even being here and blessing us with your perspective. Let's see. Right Sound Studio said, I also wonder if it was a setup. Eddie could have said, hey, that's my boy, he's cool, immediately diffused. Right. Okay. Right. I definitely agree with that. And then we don't know how much, because there was a gag order in place, it appears, based off of the father, but also the mother, during their interview, stated that her and the father, they were both saying that there were things they wanted to say that they were told not to say, okay, or they couldn't say certain things. So to stand up on behalf of Karmelo, come live in public and go on these various interviews, notice they started doing that after the case was over. A non-black jury, this is like one of the first. Like someone posed a question the other day, have you ever had a white person on trial and there were no white people on the jury? Okay, if someone finds out when that happened, let me know. Okay. Witnesses were not called, no cameras and audio in the courtroom. Okay.
Well, let me interject just briefly on that, because I did see like a news clipping of some other attorney or what have you speaking about that. And I agree with that attorney. And essentially what he was saying was, in substance, was you got to look at where the crime occurred. Like jury, so you hear the term jury of your peers. Jury of your peers doesn't mean your friends, your family, or people that look like you. That just simply means jury of that community. Because before, once upon a time, in fucking the colonial society of England, and no offense to anyone who's from there, it used to be the monarchs. It used to be like the people that ruled the land were the jurors. People that you have absolutely no connection with. So you'll be a poor person that may commit a crime or commit an offense, and it would be like a ruler, a king, somebody of power ruling on you, deciding you hear the facts and then making a decision. And oftentimes you're poor, so they don't really care what the hell happens to you. They just come with whatever arbitrary conclusion that they come up with. So that system was never a good system, because the people that was making these decisions didn't understand the nuance that a person who's starving to death stealing a potato, why they steal a potato, whether or not that was justified based on necessity. So the term juror of your peers is just a term of art, and it simply means people in your community. And in this instant, as you've said, maybe twice I've heard you say it, they lived in a pretty decent community. Now, I don't know the community, but I'm just accepting what you say is true. They live in a good community. And I would imagine that community does not look like Baltimore or Brooklyn, or at least the Brooklyn in the 80s or whatever, ghetto, poverty-stricken environment. It's probably people of a specific look, of a specific race, of a specific ethnicity that live there. Now, when you look at a jury pool, it's the pool of that specific community, or in your case, the county. I don't know, I can't recall the name of the county. And if the county's is 80% or 90% white, that reflection will be in the jury pool, right? So conversely, when you look at cases in New York City, if you speak to any attorney that tries cases out here, they'll say, oh, if they're plaintiff, oh, I would love to go to the Bronx. There's a reason why they say that, because the jury pool is particularly Black or Hispanic, and they hate the cops, right? Now, let's just say if they're going against, something else, and they need a more conservative view, they're gonna say, oh, I would love to go to Staten Island, because it's people typically that are conservative that's for the cops, right? A city attorney, a defense attorney would say, I want to go to Staten Island because that jury pool is gonna a bunch of white, majority white, because it's Staten Island for the most part. And then they have a specific purview. And that's really the bottom line with that. It's not like again, it's not like a mass conspiracy. Like when you look at it and you dissect why things are, that's what it is. Right. So, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. And also, yes, Chef's Kiss, I agree. They had black jurors and let them go. Now you had the one guy, black guy, he said he didn't see himself sending Karmelo to jail for a certain number of years. But I just wonder if it started off at 600 and the judge said by Wednesday, I need y'all to have it down to 200, 250. Like how much integrity and how much time did they actually go through all of those questionnaires to really get a good gauge and a more diverse jury? Okay, because that's the part that looks suspect, that, oh, we start off at 600, we come back in here Wednesday at 200, 250, and then you get it narrowed down to the 12, and then I think 6 alternates. Like it was so fast, like that whole process. What if there were some black jury members that they didn't even get to? Now I know that they probably can't get to everyone.
But also look at it like this, and again, I apologize for interjecting.
It's
Like,
okay.
what do you think is happening with people's lives while they're sitting up on some jury panel and all they're getting is $75 a day? Like that's all you're getting, $75 a day. You can't send the credit card company or your mortgage, your bank that you pay the mortgage, or any of these bill collectors a letter from the judge saying, you know what, don't worry about for this week because this particular person's on a jury panel. No. Right. So now some people, $75 a day is a lot of money, but others that they need more. And when a person pull up for jury duty, they're not like interested on sitting in some long-winded trial, especially when they don't know what's going on with the trial. Like these people aren't coming in saying, "Oh, I'm coming for the Carmelo Anthony trial." No, you just you get a jury appeal notice, like I'm sure everybody in here got one, and it just appear. And then you coming in, they may ask you the general foundational questions. Are you a convicted felon? Are you a citizen? So forth and so on. And then it goes into the actual questions as they break it down and roll down. It's a really quick process. The real process is when you're going to the voir dire aspect, and then you're going into the biasness of it. But before that, it's really fine-tuned, and people are trying to get off because you don't have like a choice with what case you go to. You can go to the Carmelo Anthony trial, or you could be selected to go to a drunk driving trial, or you could be selected to go to a motor vehicle accident trial, right? So people don't, and again, that's anybody's that have any sort of experience with any of this stuff that has went through that, they are aware. And again, also the social ramifications of it. Like you being known as one of the people that was on the jury as a black person, and this kid was still found guilty nonetheless, the black community is gonna kick your teeth in.
No, we
Right?
wouldn't.
Like, so it's again, it's not to belabor the point, but sometimes it really just be that streamline and straightforward.
Well, I'm like one of my friends had posted on Facebook, said if I was on that jury, we would have been there to New Year's. Okay. If it gave him a chance, I don't care how much time, money, $75, you get free time off because your job has to excuse it if you're at jury duty. This young man's, his whole freedom was on the line, and it should have been taken a little more seriously, of the way that they went through the jury list. Like, I just couldn't believe they went through it so fast. Now, I do see some of y'all sharing about how Frisco was supposedly on a borderline of Denton and Collin County. Now, I do want to look into that. And let me tell y'all how that can happen as well. One time we lived in a house, and the city showed one city, right? But the house itself actually sat on a county line between that city's county and another county. So the only way I figured it out that that was the case was I went to the library in the actual city library. When I went there, she said, you can't get a library card here because based off of your address, it is zoned to the other county. Although my city showed one city, it was zoned to another county. So I want to look because I have seen that comment throughout the day. It is possible because I know I've been in that situation. That is possible. And if that's the case, this looks even more set up. Okay. If that stadium and where it transpired was actually in Denton County, which is a more diverse county, and they pulled it over into Collin County, that's a whole issue in itself. But I have to look into that myself. I have seen that comment. So I do want to look into that. Kamashir said, why don't they up the price per day for jurors? That really could make a difference. That's true. That's true. You know, I love the experience. When I was on a jury, you know, I definitely love the experience, but I worked also for
because
a job.
we have to pay for it.
No, they paid
Right?
us.
Like any of the stuff that comes about, like you know how I'm a proponent to say why aren't there any like really expansions on school parks or after school programs and all this other stuff? It's because we got to pay for it. And the more money you make, the more listen. Trust me, the more money you make, the more taxes they take. Um, you know, I don't have the Trump effect. Yeah, they be breaking them off. They be breaking your back with them taxes. But nevertheless, you know, because we have to pay for it as taxpayers.
Right, right. Yes, Chef's Kiss, I agree. She said, I believe all that, but we have to look at where we are speaking of. This is a small town in the South and they stick together. Yes. Hey, Empress Key, she said, I think you can defer in those cases. They know jury duty does not pay, but employers do pay you from my experience. Yes, my job that I work for, that's one of the things that they will pay you for. Like I was out for jury duty for 4 days. So I got paid from the court or whoever pays it, you know, there for you coming. I get paid from that and I got paid for my job. So some jobs will pay you because that's your civic duty. And I looked at it as it was interesting. It was an interesting case. And I love to see the whole movement in action. Like I watched this on TV, but to see it in real life and then to be, you know, you are in the room, your voice is heard and all of that. Like that's what we needed in that room. These people took less than 3 hours to come up with a guilty verdict. And I think less hours to come up with 35 years. Okay. So it did not work out in his favor whatsoever with the jury that they had. Okay.
I think, you know, to be honest with you, I think one of the reasons why they came back with such a quick verdict, and again, just because they came back with a quick verdict, don't mean it's guilty or not guilty. That's just sometimes that's the way it happens. But I think, like most people, they probably wanted to hear from Carmelo Anthony's mouth as to how things unfold from his perspective, because and this is kind of what I was speaking about beforehand, and I didn't mention it, but when you look at the proportionality of it, it truly is a subjective kind of thing, right? Even if you have, like, as they would say, imperfect self-defense, which would nullify your intent. Because imperfect self-defense meaning you unreasonably, you know, took somebody's life because you believed, even though it's unreasonable, that you was defending yourself. Let's just say, you know, somebody was coming towards you and they reached in a pocket and you thought it was a gun and it was really, I don't know, fucking stick of gum and you shot him in the head. That's an imperfect self-defense. And you obviously be get found guilty of a homicide, but it wouldn't be intentional murder. It would be like a negligent, you'd be criminally negligent or you'll get manslaughter. In this instant, I think people really wanted to hear from his perspective. You know, why is it that you felt it was necessary to pull out a knife? At what point in time did you pull out the knife? Now, I'm obviously speaking from the ignorance of not seeing any of the videos that they're saying. Some people saying that he stabbed him while the kid was on the ground. Other people saying that he pulled out a knife as soon as they approached him. Like, I have no idea. But nevertheless, I'm sure people wanted to hear from his mouth.
Right.
That probably was a deciding factor. And that probably was one of the things that they held against him. And then they came to the conclusion that they came to.
No, I definitely agree with that. We were talking about that, I think, yesterday or the day before, that that point was not driven enough. Even if he didn't take the stand, like the defense attorney, in his closing statement, he even reiterated that the boys were right in them telling Carmelo to move. No, they were not right, in my opinion. They were not adults. They were not in charge. They were children, like he was a child. And so if he didn't move, if they did ask him, as they're putting it, and I don't believe it was asking, based off of how Hunter addressed him in that victim impact portion and talking about, look at me, that's how you approached him that day. Y'all came big and bad towards him, and y'all are bigger than him, trying to be intimidating. And so he should not have said they were right. So if Carmelo did not get up there and tell why he had it, is it anyone, could he have brought some of that up during his closing arguments? They didn't even, in my opinion, humanize him enough. Like share, like during the interview with his parents recently, they were bringing out more things about his personality, what he
And
liked.
hold on. And what I would, if I could chime in just briefly, I think when you look at the big picture, to my understanding, it was like a tornado or a hurricane or some crazy weather that everyone was kind of cowering and shuttling to get away from the elements. So an argument could very well been raised, or at least some facts could have been elicited that would have showed not only was Carmelo Anthony an opposing party under that tent, but other people were under that tent that wasn't a part of that team. And I don't think I heard any facts that delineated whether or not it was just the Carmelo Anthony was the only outsider or whether or not it was other people. And in fact, to my understanding, I think Carmelo and Anthony had some of his friends with him. But again, I don't know. But nevertheless, Carmelo Anthony would have been in the best position to be able to really detail and paint the picture that was a necessary picture to be painted as to how everything unfolded from the very beginning, how he felt, like physically felt, the fright, perhaps maybe he was afraid of lightning, all of these little things that you could extract as to why you do what you do. Like, look, I'm a grown ass man. Like, even when lightning strikes, I kind of like dip. Like, God damn, you heard that? Like, like you hear some crazy thunderbolt. Like, I'm like, damn, well, I'm alarmed. I'm looking around. Like, so, and I'm a grown ass adult, right? So I can only imagine how that kid or those children, I have to emphasize that, felt at that time. Now, Texas may be the norm. Like, I'm in New York, I don't do tornadoes. You know what I mean? A tornado happened up here. Something is going on with this world. But that may be something that's normal for them to experience that. But nevertheless, like, you still have your own frights and phobias. So he could have told a picture as to how he even ended up there. He could have told a picture as to who was there. And if, of course, he could have
That's
told a
good.
picture of how he felt when these kids were approaching him, what they say, how they said it. And there's so much misnuance there. It's almost like microaggression. If a person were to read a transcript of some microaggressor's statement, it may appear harmless. But it's the nuance, it's the emphasis, it's the attitudes, it's the demeanor, it's all of those little things that you would never see on a piece of paper, or you perhaps may not never see in person if you don't know the actors that he could have testified to, right? Like, how many people that, when you was in high school, you knew certain people had reputations in other schools. You don't have to actually know them, but you could have known of their reputation. Or you could have had some sort of experience with them. Maybe the moment was minimal, but you could have had an experience with them or seen them engage or encounter someone that was aggressive, that you were like, okay, well, I got to watch out for these boys. So without carrying too far on, it's so many reasons why this kid should have taken a stand. And I do see people in your comments saying that the prosecutor would have went crazy. But all he'll be doing will be telling the truth, hopefully, right? Remember, he does have the background. He have the background of doing all of this extracurriculum stuff. He saved people's lives. He saved somebody from drowning. He has the nice GPA. So yeah, while none of us are perfect, we all have some sort of painted past. He still could have told that point. And on redirect, the lawyer would have drawn out specifically, even if the prosecutor would have distracted the jury with, oh yeah, you had a gun, or oh yeah, you was on this video smoking weed, or whatever you come up with. Oh yeah, you stole candy from whatever you came up with. None of that has anything to do with these towering, known athletic white boys who hunt, who hunt and do all of this stuff, approaching me saying, yo, get the F out of here, right? And I had nowhere to go. I have a tornado behind me and I have these people in front of me. I felt I had nowhere to go. So it's so many different things that could have happened with respect to if he would have testified, would have provided clarity, at least for myself, if not for the jury.
And you are getting it. I hear what you're saying too. You're getting why we felt like the things that we're feeling because of these things not being highlighted and brought about. Because I totally agree with what you're saying. Even mentioning how he saved the life, even mentioning how he was scared of certain things. Like when the other guy was telling us about the video that he saw, he said that one of Karmelo's managers said that Karmelo was scary. He said, yeah, the dude, he was getting his butt whooped. He's a lover, not a fighter. Those things should have been brought up. And then even the lawyer, the defense attorney could have brought up what happened from Karmelo's point of view, and it would have helped to see the real video. But if we didn't in the courtroom, he could have outlined that. I feel like he didn't even outline what happened from Karmelo's point of view. It was more so, like you said earlier, going with the prosecutor's game plan. But we know why, because they are all, in my opinion, in on this together. He never brought that out. He never really told why he had the knife and what it was about, that whole scuffle, or, who put hands on this person and all of that. It never was brought out by his own lawyer too. And it was raining that day too. Those types of things he saved. Why would he save a young life and then
it's so strange that you just, again, I apologize for just jumping in.
No, that's okay.
But it's such a delay and I don't know when you're going to pause, and I kind of want to make the conversation flow well. But with respect to that night, you just came up with a drummed up a thought with me. I remember having a case. It's a civil case. If you don't know, I'm a personal injury. Anybody want to know what kind of law I'm into. But I remember I had a case, and it was a guy who we was representing. We was going against him because he beat up my client. He had brass knuckles. And he testified. And his attorney went into the brass knuckle. They didn't hire from it. They went into it. And his attorney asked him, they created foundation of this brass knuckles. And they asked him, so, tell us about these brass knuckles. Do you remember, well, did you have it? He admitted, yes, I had it. Was that what they're saying that you used to strike the plaintiff? Yes, that's what they're saying that you used to strike them. Did you strike the plaintiff with the brass knuckles? Yes, I did. Right? And then he said, but I'm curious, what made you even have the brass knuckles? And he said, those brass knuckles are actually a gift that my daughter purchased me because when her mother showed her footage of him when he was young, around her age, and was in karate. And she wanted to be get into karate because of her father. And it was at some place and they bought brass knuckles, or at least her mother bought brass knuckles for the daughter. And then the daughter wound up dying in an accident. And the only thing that he had of her that he could readily carry around was those goddamn brass knuckles. And do you know how that made me feel? And then when I heard him say that, I looked at the jury, and immediately you could see how the whole case turned. You had this guy who punched my client in the face with brass knuckles, took the whole case away, took all of the air that I had about this case that went directly onto this daughter and a sentimental connection that he had with this brass knuckles. And they belabored it. They had pictures of the daughter. They had pictures of them, him having the brass knuckles with her, the whole shebang. So when you said that, it really came to me to make me think that a story could have readily been made as to how he even had this damn pocket knife. Because it is a pocket. It's not like it's some Jason knife or machete. It's a pocket knife. It could have been some sort of sentimental connection with it. Anyway, I just wanted to
Wow.
ask that.
Thank you for sharing that. That's a good point too. Okay. Oh, and someone in the chat, Latte, says she needs a personal injury lawyer. I say he's in New York. Maybe he knows someone in Texas. With Jeff Metcalf's rant, it shows they were jealous. Yeah, I believe they were jealous, and I believe that it hurt them to their core that this black family could live in the same area as them, and he was just as great, probably greater in sports. And now he was acting all happy that Karmelo has a felony after having a complete clean record. This was his first time being in trouble, whereas his boys were suspended. Okay, even before so, and they don't have a good reputation. But none of that was brought up in court. None of that was brought up in court. So yeah, I definitely agree. I really wonder, was this all about a girl, like they said in the beginning? I don't know. I really don't know. Because those things happen with kids. They will, especially boys, territorial and so forth. And I don't know. I just was never explained what the knife situation was about. So hopefully during appeal, all of these missing pieces, things they didn't bring up, hopefully it will be brought up. Now, I don't know, Mr. CKB, you probably know more about this. I don't know if they redo the whole case or just show errors and things that did not go right. The whole
Nah, you
process.
can't bring any of that stuff up. If it wasn't preserved prior to trial, like, and when I mean preserved, meaning argument was raised before the judge and the judge ruled on it, or something happened that the defense attorney objected to, it has to be properly preserved, unless it's like some clear erroneous error or something that's so egregious that it deprives the Carmelo Anthony of his due process rights, like some prejudice or something. And the only other alternative is like nullity of evidence, things like that. But if it wasn't brought up in his trial, he's unfortunately he's stuck with that. Now, what I did when I initially came on and started speaking about the appearance of impropriety, you don't have to preserve that. Like, you can raise that anytime. So it's certain like jurisdictional issues and constitutional issues you don't have to preserve, but for the most part, you have to preserve all this stuff. And he didn't do anything, and he didn't preserve any of this stuff. Then it just unfortunately stuck.
Yes, I believe he was scared too, Stephanie. And then Miss Lily said, seems like nobody was on Carmelo's side. No, they weren't. They weren't. And he, like someone brought it up earlier, he's a young boy at that time, not really knowing what, was going on. Hold on, I'm live. Not really knowing what's going on as far as the law. And what he's just trying to go with what his lawyers are telling him to do. He can't force it, be like they tell him not to take the stand, he's not taking the stand. So I know he probably felt some type of way when those other teenagers were taking the stand, saying things that may not have gone down that way, may not have been true. He keeps a straight looking face. It seems like his facial position is like similar in all of his photos. I've seen a couple where he's smiling and laughing, but they may have misconstrued just that. He thinks he's big and bad, tough in the courtroom. He only showed emotion once they said guilty. Those things were being stated. And so just humanizing him more, telling about his past and saving a life, and these things bring fear.
And it's funny, like, and again, I apologize for just jumping in, but I don't know if you followed the case of Julio, and particularly the trial of Alicia Andrews, the little light-skinned girl. Any kind of emotion that she showed, whether she smiled, frowned, or whatever, social media went crazy. I remember one time she was smiling, and social media made it say, "Oh, she finds this whole trial to just be funny." I remember one time she was frowning, somehow, some way that was allotted with the idea that she's not, she's a badass. Like, it's so crazy how like emotionless essentially you have to be. And it's like that because you really don't know how a person would take it. You don't want to seem like you're detached, because then you do want to have some sort of emotion with it. But at the same time, you don't want to seem too overly jovial. You don't want to seem you frowning like you have like an anger issue. It's really unfortunate when it comes to that type of stuff. And that's an example. Even with Diddy, again, not to keep bringing up Diddy. When Diddy would laugh or do a little smirk or whatever, he'll immediately be admonished. Right? So it's just like one of these things that people just don't like. They're not. I don't know. Anyway, just want to interject.
Okay, thank you so much. And Candy Girl Pink said, well, now Karmelo has a lot on his side to make sure he gets his appeal. Exactly. Hey, Tracy, welcome. And also, y'all, and this, I'm going to pause here as far as the discussion part of this. I wanted to just kind of show some inconsistencies and part of the play that I feel was set up when all of this happened. That's my opinion, but I do outline it with some things that we have seen, whether in testimony, whether on paper, videos and so forth, what's happening currently, okay, with the sealed records and all of that. So I wanted to highlight some of that. Now, later on, when we come back, I do want to talk about some of the other things, okay, that's transpiring around this case with the Charleston White and all of that that's happening. It's a lot, y'all. And I think sometimes that stuff causes distractions to the real task at hand. Right now, his appeal is so critical. And I am hoping that his family gets the right attorneys and so forth. But Latte yesterday, she shared, get it. She shared that there is a way, if you would like to put money onto Karmelo's book, she was going to come up and explain that process, because y'all, I'm so green in that area. I don't know if she's available right now, but she's good, very resourceful, and knows how to get the information out. But she shared it, and I shared it on my community wall yesterday, his inmate number. And if you have a JPay account, you are able to send funds directly to him. Okay. And I'm pretty sure, child, he might be a millionaire after a while up in jail. Okay. The Lord will favor you even in prison. Okay, I'm gonna drop the link. And so she's gonna come up and kind of tell us more about that whole process for those of you who are like myself that have never done it. Okay. Mr. CKB, you want to say something? Oh, okay. She's going to come up so she can give us more information about that for those who have been asking, how can you donate?
No, I was waiting for you to finish. I'm about to drop down myself.
Okay.
Kind of been here for a little while. I have stuff to do today. But I would say thanks for having me. I appreciate your patience with me, considering I have these silly technical difficulties, almost like I've never live streamed before. And shout out to the lovely ladies in the chat. Keep supporting my friend here, my married friend here, OB in the open book. And I'll be in the chat, looking in the shadows. Have a good one.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. CKV. I appreciate you for coming up and your expertise and just being open. And he doesn't look, we know how to have good dialogue even when we don't agree. Okay. And I love that for us, in that also for the blessing on today and donating to the channel. Thank you so much. It really means a lot. I appreciate that. And thank you for gracing us with your presence. Let's see here. This case was spiritual, y'all. Exactly, Miss Lee. I definitely agree. Let's see. Maybe in all their aggressiveness, it's possible the boy was pushed onto the penknife. There was a struggle between more than one. Yeah, because you know what, Stephanie? A lot of that is missing for me in the details. A lot of that is missing. And so I was even wondering at what point during the whole scuffle did he have time to go into the backpack and all of that and get a knife and things of that sort. So I don't know what happened with that. And so hopefully more of that will come out in the appeal. Let's see here. Miss Lee said Karmelo mom was hurt and so bad she walked out to break, and that monster meth Calf used that to destroy her as a mother, saying she left. Oh yeah, I did see that, Miss Lily. Yes, because it's a video, y'all. We're gonna watch later. We're gonna look at Charleston White. I want us to look at introvert Rockstar because he showed a clip of that, and that's not what happened. Because I'm hearing different things, y'all. So I got to get clarity that they were put out during that time. That they were put out during that time. I don't know how true that is, so I want to get clarity. But no, they didn't leave him. He did try to make it look like that. It's still justice. Come on, Protected 91. It's still justice for Dro, Karmelo, and Kendrick, just to name a few, and Romika. Okay, come on now. We're going to add her in there as well. All right, my sis Latte, Divine Eminem, we're pulling to the stage. Hey, sis, welcome.
Hey, Obi. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm all right.
Thank you for coming up.
No problem. So there are various ways of donating. JPay is one of the ways of donating. When you do JPay, you want to make sure you go to the TDC website and get either his inmate ID number. I always do the inmate ID number versus the SID number. Once you put it in, you set up an account. If you don't already have an account, it'll pull up his name and everything. JPay does charge you a service fee. It allows you to send messages, pictures, money. There's other websites as well on the TDCJ website. Depending on where he's going to actually get sent to, excuse me. He might not stay at that unit that he's at forever. Would be how you would want to do it, but TDC has everything on their thing. I was trying to screenshot it earlier, but I forgot. I thought I downloaded it and I didn't.
I need to let me go to my community wall up here fussing at my kiddos. Let's see here. Because I also posted the number as well. This is is this the right JPay on the screen?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. So then y'all, let me pull this up. Okay, and so if you go to my community wall, I posted the screenshot that Latte sent yesterday, and let me move us out the way. And so on here, it shows his number, inmate number, and all of that info, the key info. So if you have to copy that down, hey, Beverly, welcome. If you have to copy that down, you can copy that down. And so when you set up your JPay account, you can then, input that information. Is that correct, Latte? This the JPay website?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, girl, you might be handling business like me. So I just wanted her to come up and explain that process. And I think some other people were saying that now you can start sending packages like food and things to them.
You can do commissary, but thing about commissary is
okay,
it depends on what unit he's going to be at. But like if you go to TDC website, can you go to TDCJ website?
Okay, let me see. Is it just TDC?
Yeah, TDCJ, Texas Department Criminal Justice.
Okay. Is it .com or .org?
I don't know. I just put TDCJ and it pulls it up. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. No, there it is. Okay, let me pull this up. Okay, I'm there.
Go down a little bit.
Okay.
It's usually commissary and trust fund. So there's there's various ways to send money. So if you're iffy of JPay, they have Ace Cash Express. I like JPay because you get to send a note with it. If it's still like it used to be, you get to send a note with it. So he knows like, hey, you get to send a little small note like, hey, we're supporting you. Keep your head up, young man. anything like that. But these are the various ones that you can actually do.
She said, has it been processed? Wouldn't he have to have been processed?
He already processed.
Okay, because she said she couldn't find him protecting 91.
You have to actually put the information in. Now, being that so many people may be trying to locate him, it could be they could be trying to move him. Now, when they're trying to move him, it's not going to show until he's actually completed, until he actually gets to the next unit.
Oh my gosh, girl, where? I hope that they don't move him to the other place.
I'm trying to. Well, they most likely anytime you have anybody that works in TDCJ and you have a family member or it's some crime or something that was done against a family member, you kind of supposed to notify higher up personnel. So sometimes you can get sent to a unit where you have family members at that unit, but being that that person is a warden, I doubt that they would send him to a unit that the warden is at, because the warden goes all over.
Okay. I don't put the thing of it is, I know we know what's typical and what's not, but y'all, these people are not moving the right way, which is getting me nervous because they were trying to send him there the first time. They were trying to get away with doing it. So I don't know. I don't put nothing past them.
Yeah, I mean, they gonna try just about anything that they possibly can get away with. But them people inside talk too.
Yeah, that's true.
Them inmates talk. They write what do you call it? Grievances on them.
Okay.
And some of those grievances get looked at. Like, I don't know if you've seen that TikTok that one of this little boy was like basically like, oh, we got somebody that's gonna touch him.
Mm-hmm.
You never know if the person that you then paid to say that's gonna touch him is gonna actually just collect the money and just start telling the names on who is actually a part of the association or trying to get him in danger.
Right. Now, because has anyone in the chat so far, has anyone tried to send and you've been successful so far? Because Protector 91 says she tried to based off of that information on the his number, and there wasn't anywhere to send the money.
Let me try. Hold on.
Okay. So Latay's gonna try it while she's here. The parents, from what I understand, didn't get the funds. All the funds went to the
You're listening.
Well, I'm thinking they had to pay the attorney. I don't know how much his fee was, but that's sad. Okay. But it was for the purposes intended. So in a way, that's expected, because the website said that it was used for pre-trial needs. So a lot of that is for the lawyers' earnings, like the money they have to file paperwork and their services. So I don't know how much all of that costs. That's the thing. I did and was not successful. Oh, okay. So Tracy tried it too. So let's see what Latte comes back with. Wow. I hadn't tried it yet. Right. How can people with low moral standards, sexual assault cases in charge of someone's life, and we're talking about a process they follow? Please spare me the nonsense. That's the thing. Like, I believe that the awareness was being brought against these people because of the amount of corruption and the things that are happening and how this case was handled. I don't care how many times the judge gets on. I don't care how many times the judge gets on TV or an interview and says fair, 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 fair. He can say fair all day long. It doesn't mean that the trial was fair. Okay. You can say it all day long and we saw something different. Let's see here. Candy Girl Pink said, right, they did shut down the website. Which website? Because JPay is still up. Y'all, I'm telling you, the way these people move, I asked Latte that yesterday. I said, is there any way when we were over on Royal D's platform, I was like, is there any way they can block this, stop this, how these people moving? And she was like, no, they cannot stop that. So I don't know, y'all. This is weird. Let's see. I don't know. Jeff Metcalf keeps saying, I feel sorry for what's going to happen to him when he gets in prison, but praying God lifts a standard of protection. I'd be like, don't pray for me. Certain people you don't want to pray for you. Okay. I'd be like, don't pray for me, child. That man, oh my goodness, y'all. That man, the stuff that was coming out of his mouth. Okay, let's see here. Hold on, y'all, 1 second.
I'm still trying. Hold on. I just sent you the document that I found again on the different ways that you can do it.
Okay. Let me pull this up.
I've never had it tell me where you can't send money.
That's what I'm saying. This case is so different. It's like not the norm on some stuff. Oh my gosh. Okay, so right here, let me move this comment. So Latte shared this, and this shows like various ways you're able to send like money orders or cashier's check, monthly checking account debits. And I'll share this. I can probably share it on my community wall so y'all can look over it. ACE, Ecom Direct, JPay, and TouchPay payment systems. They have the online website for payment at tdcj.com. So I'll share this as well. Okay. Wow, y'all, that would be crazy if it. Cause see, they're not going to want people to send him money. They're already trying to shut down the Give Go Send. And I was looking at an article last night. It was from In Touch, and on that article, it said that another account was set up with the, what is it called? Give Go Send or something like that. And y'all, it was a new appellate fund, not the original one that they already had. So I clicked the link because I said, oh, they've already set up the fund. Y'all, why that one said unavailable also? They didn't took that one down. So I don't know. The only way that I could kind of see if they go and talk to a bank maybe and just set up a fund account through there, and people can donate there, and then maybe the parents can every once in a while just send him some money from that account to his commissary or to his account. I don't know, because it's like they don't want him to even have no money or nothing. It is so sad.
Let me see, because it's showing like right now, yeah, they may be moving him. So if they're moving him, it's not gonna let you do anything because it does say that he's not found.
Oh my gosh.
But I do know when it says that he's not found, it could be a possible move going on. Let me see if I'm spelling his name right. Hold on.
Girl, you spelling it right with the K.
Oh well, no. It's there. Hold on.
Okay, girl, I was about to say, wait a second now. Why you can't be fake? What is the process for ex-offenders holding office? Right, Stephanie, call it out. He shouldn't have even been allowed around the kids. Okay, we talking about some are minors in the courtroom. If that's true, if that situation is true, he should have had to register. They said it last night, the one where Karmelo's family got the money for the pretrial. Yeah, but it was another appellate fund, not the first one. I'm talking about the second one. Were they talking about the second one that was set up? It's sad that Charleston White was saying he was going to help. Then after speaking to the parents, he decided not to help, calling the father weak and saying they only want money. You know what? I was watching that overnight but fell asleep because I just woke up and saw that was on that video, which I want us to look at later on. And I was like, you know what? That is so messed up. If you want to be a part of something, be a part of something. All this back and forth, trying to be seen, going viral, all this stuff, it's a distraction. Okay, it's a distraction and it looks like you just want clout. He even had a post about a t-shirt. Okay, 1 minute you calling Karmelo out in the beginning, next minute you apologizing, next Jeff Metcalf call you out, you apologizing to Jeff Metcalf. Like what's happening here? If I were Carmelo's mom, I would do cash, but you know what? Cash App would definitely probably get blocked and shut down. To be honest, I think they wouldn't even allow her to receive all those donations. The prison warden is related to the prison warden is related to the warden. I pray also nothing happens to him. Right. I peeped that too. He kept saying, alluding to the fact, like, I hope he enjoys prison or this is going to happen to him. Right.
Okay, so I figured out why JPay isn't working.
Okay. Hey, KJ Summer Mommy, welcome, sis. I haven't seen you in a minute. Carmelo's mom is best out. Y'all, that Cash App, I'm telling you, I think she would get too many there. Because if you start getting too many Cash Apps, they'll shut that down too.
Okay. So JPay is like they want you to be on the approved list. So that means he would have to go and approve all these people to be on his list to be able to send money. So that's why I was showing the other ways that you can send money. As well, because it's always more than one way to skin a cat.
Right, right.
I do know the ACE locations. You don't have to be related to them unless it just recently changed. But if all else fails, you can do a money order. They don't turn down money orders.
Oh,
But
child.
it does take a while for mail and how mail is. But yeah, that's the reason I sent you like the little screenshots of where it let me add the person and then it turned around.
Oh, let me see. Okay, let me look at the screenshot. So it says your account name does not match. Where does it give you where it says that he has to approve it?
So like look at the second picture.
Okay.
The second picture, you see the red writing?
Uh-huh.
At the top?
Oh, okay. Let me show this so people will know.
So it's not y'all, it's actually JPay.
Oh shit, so what am I doing? Hold on, y'all. Oh Lord. Hold on. I'm trying to see why is it. Give me 1 second. Okay, here it is. Okay. So y'all see at the top when she tried it, there's an error message and it says your account name does not match any name in the DOC approved list for this offender. Your name must match the DOC approved list for the offender in order to send money. To become an approved sender, please contact the offender. Oh Lord, how we gonna contact Karmelo? Oh my God. So we have to use another avenue if he can't approve everybody, unless his mom does it. Okay. Wow. Okay, so I want to show y'all that. Okay. Rebecca, I thought you got married because I saw a dash and a different last name. Girl, I was about to say congratulations. Cash App robbed you? What? Well, they did take some people's money. They tried to change their accounts to business accounts, and some people lost their money. Yep, the young lady wanted to do T-shirts and was setting it up for the funding to assist with his appeal. Charleston White went against that. Really? See, I got to go and dive into that some more today. They're definitely trying to unallow Karmelo, but need to network with our people in those prisons now. Mm-hmm. Okay, so you sent your nephew money on JPay. Did he approve you as a sender? Oh, wow.
And like I've sent money, but I've always sent money to people I actually know. So this might be something new that JPay is doing, but that's why I say you can always do Ace Cash Express. Ace is just about everywhere in the world. I, um, TDCJ. I have went through the actual ecom network and everything. You would just have to read to verify on the TDC website if you have to be listed as a person that's on their visitation list, because again, I don't know that part. I've never had this issue to where I couldn't send money. This is
Oh,
the first. This is the first time I ever seen an error message. Like, huh?
wow. This is crazy work. It's a lot of stuff that's the first during this case. She said she's not on a visiting list or approved list. Wow. That is so weird. Okay. She said I was sending money to missionary work after donating to 6 charity organizations. Cashapp closed my account. I don't know where my money went. Oh my gosh. And a lot of people went through that at one point. Yep. And they lost those funds. They were supposed to mail it to you because they were closing some accounts saying they were business accounts and things like that. Wow. We may be required to be on the visitation list to put money on his books. I had to be when my son was in. Okay. Well, we'll look more into it, y'all. I'm going to share the other ways if you want to try it that way. But y'all, I'm nervous. I mean, because we need to first see, get more info before you just start sending money. Let's make sure he's approved. How are we going to handle this? Like, I wish we could get like a person that's in charge or working with the family, like a approved person, so we can know directly from the family the best route to go when sending the funds. You see what I'm saying? Like, are they going to try to get another account set up, or wow, I believe someone has set up protection for him. I hope so. They don't want to give him his medicine for seizures. That is so sad. But you know what, y'all? Even in the midst of that, if they don't, God is still powerful. I hope they don't underestimate God. Okay, let's just go there. Since they want to bring up God in different situations, do you know God can stop seizures if he wanted to? Okay. He is a healer. So if y'all think you can get in one way, God can block that too. Like, stop. Like, really stop. It's just crazy work. She said, "Let me think about it. Ob, there's a way around it." Okay, Stephanie, and we'll
Yeah,
come back later. We'll come back later because I'm about to get off and get lunch for my kiddos. That's how he will go if something happens. It will be a lack of meds for seizures, and I'm praying that that doesn't happen or anything like that happens. So we're going to continue, y'all. Let's continue to keep him lifted up. Latte, she's going to continue to kind of keep us informed. If something changes, sis, let me know on that.
yeah. I'll try the other ways that I know I can do, and I'll see if there's like anything that says you have to be listed on the visitation list or
Okay.
whatnot. If all else fails, you can do money orders because they're not going to turn the money order away even if you're not on the approved list. Only thing about that is the way mail runs. You would have to make sure you don't mail it to the unit. You mail it to, when you put that paper out, they'll see the direct information on where to actually mail it to. But you have to have his ID number on there and everything. But I'll look into the other ways that I have sent money as well and see if there's a clause that you have to be added on.
Okay. Got you. Thank you, sis. I appreciate you coming up,
No problem. Thank
giving
you.
us that info.
All right.
Okay. Have a good day.
You too.
Bye bye. Okay, y'all. So, um, this is the game plan. So we'll be back. We'll talk more about it, some other things pertaining to this. But I wanted to show you all just what was outlined in that docket. I know we didn't have full like details as far as who was served to and so forth, but it did show some things were served, issued, I should say. Subpoenas were issued and they were not served. The ISD have access to that video. They have blocked access to it. Also, there's an order for this all to be sealed. It doesn't show granted yet, but there's an order put into effect from June 11th. So they're trying to shut things down as far as us being able to view and look through these records. Because another thing that I wanted to see, the medical examiner was testifying, right? Well, usually if you get things from the medical examiner's office, it might have shown Austin's toxicology report. And that's something that had been coming up as well. Did he have some things in his system? See, they're not going to want all of that to come out because those were rumors going around, but it could be confirmed with the toxicology report, okay, autopsy report. All of that kind of would have been part of the public record. So they're not going to want to show any of that. And then just the connection between those lawyers, how this was the first time one lawyer has worked on the defense side. He was working on Karmelo's side, but he's also been partners in prosecuting with one from the prosecutor side. Okay. All of this stuff was put into play. All of it. Okay. And so we wanted to expose that and call that out. And we're going to continue to do so. We're going to continue to bring awareness to this case, continue to pray, lift up Karmelo. Okay. No weapon formed against him shall prosper, and that he be restored, and that God, gives him everything that he needs despite what they tried to do to him. They don't realize that those things can also be reversed. Okay. That process is designed to make it difficult. Right, Stephanie. I agree. I definitely agree. Pray. Right. Janet, he might go to a medical facility, but it will be after intake reports. Okay, got you. And I think, like I said, y'all, let me do this right quick. Let me pull up, because I want to show y'all this one little thing right quick. Let's see. Hold on one second. Okay. I'll get you. Okay, let me share this. Okay, so this is the Wallace Pack unit. And I wanted to kind of just scroll through and show y'all some of the posts and things there that they have, like some of the people who work there. Here goes some of the pictures. So it looks like a more smaller unit. Okay. These are some of the men there. They have different events there. Let's see. Some of the men in that particular, so that this may be like a medical unit there. So I was just looking through some of the pictures and stuff, and I said, maybe some of these men could bring them, under their wings. But it looks like they have fun. They do kind of some fun things, have food. It looks like this might be some type of church event there. We see some pictures of some of the inmates in wheelchairs. So this may be some type of medical facility as well. Okay, so that's something to think about too. So I love that they have church there for them. But I was just going through this one day and I said, hey, it looks like, it may not be as bad as in our minds as we're picturing. It may be a little more laid back for them. As opposed to some of the other, some of the other prisons. Okay. So this one, I'm hoping they keep him there, where he can, be around some older men. These are just some of the pictures there. So it's very diverse there. So I wanted to just kind of show y'all that. But if y'all want to follow, it's under the PAC unit on Facebook, where y'all can go through and just look at some of the events and pictures. We can find an approved person and a bank account specifically and only for this purpose. Exactly. The parents need to set up a donations account at a bank. That's what we were saying, Janet. Yeah. Someone needs to contact the parents to inform them of that and it cannot be shut down. Exactly. I wish I knew who that person would be that can contact them. They need to also contact the rest of his family members, like cousins and more. I agree, Candy Girl Pink. Yep, I definitely agree. So yeah, y'all go through that Facebook page. I shared it on my community wall so that y'all can get a feel for the place. I think that kind of gave me a little more peace as well, just kind of going through that and seeing that also. That really gave me a sense of peace. And I also want to shout out Protected 91 and Mr. CKB on today, coming through with the clutch, okay, with the blessings and being sponsors for today's live. And, you know, y'all just make sure you hit the like button. That is for free. Also, if you see the video, hype it up. If you would like to support the channel. Oh, and also we had another coffee donation. Desdi, thank you so much for the coffee and for being a sponsor as well. But y'all, if you would like to be a sponsor, you're welcome to send a super sticker, super chat, Cash App, or buy a coffee. And those links are in the description field of the video, and also the mods. They usually drop it in the comment section as well. But I just thank y'all for being here. Thank you so much. We're going to continue to bring awareness, continue to share our expertise, okay, as detectives over here in the Open Book Investigative Agency, LLC, INC, okay? Stephanie said, as always, OB, great forum today. Thank you for sharing your guest speaker. Didn't agree with most of it, but I listened. And as always, can't wait until we meet again. Do we have anything new on Dro? No, not yet. We're still waiting. The last update from Nothing But the Truth, she stated that they had redacted the body-worn camera footage, and they're still working on the 4-hour interrogation room footage with Lulu. But y'all know I've been looking. Okay, I've been looking through everything. Now, if you are a member, you usually get more access to some things that I may not sometimes share out here publicly. So don't forget to become a member. Those are the ones who I lit up in green. We do separate little lives sometimes. And there are some things that, you know, I just share back there, pictures and some little info that I find from time to time. And we kind of chat about it back there. You too, Buttercup. Thank you so much. Get you some rest today. Okay. They just wanted to make an example out of Karmelo. Blacks, this is what will happen to any blacks trying to defend themselves. Okay. Thank you, Karen. Shout out to Ray Ray. She said online says it houses 1,400 inmates. Most are geriatric or disabled. That's what we need him to be. Okay. We need him to be there because, baby, they ain't trying to fight and do all that. Okay. Please let him be there. Okay, much love to all. We will figure out a way for Karmelo and his family. Yes. I know at one point you were able to go to the post office and send money. Probably. If it's listed on that card, those are various ways you can send it. Yes. So thank y'all so much for joining. Make sure you hit that like button. Also subscribe. Don't forget to hit the bell because you never know when I'm going to go live.
Happy Juneteenth.
And also, y'all, let's drop some purple hearts, okay, for Karmelo. He is going to continue to be in our prayers. Thank you all so much for joining. Have a blessed day. Bye-bye.
You just flip through truth with the open book. If you felt that heat, like share and stay locked in. Another chapter done, but we far from finished. Truth on the mic, yeah, we handle business. Real talk, no fluff, just facts and fire. From the book to the block, we taking it higher. The open book, every voice matters, every lie shatters. Catch you next page.